The beautifully dressed lady, clad in rich attire, was followed by a woman who solicitously advised the princess to be more careful and circumspect in her actions. The golden-haired beauty, raising her eyebrows in surprise, asked her interlocutor why the maid was so worried and anxious about the upcoming dinner, as if fate itself depended on it. Lady Kyrielle Empert, the second daughter of a noble family and commander of the Swan Knights, responded with slight irony to the words that the Duke's family had not gathered together for a long time, that she could come to this reception wrapped in straw. The servants persistently tried to convince their mistress that the head of the house had always felt disgust for any folds in his clothes, and this was a well-known fact. When an insect suddenly landed on the princess's hand, Kyrielle, to everyone's surprise, calmly entered the hall, not paying any attention to it, which greatly upset the maid who tried to intervene. Inside the house, the relative was already being greeted by other aristocrats, who were comfortably seated at a large dining table, carefully set and decorated for a ceremonial reception. An adult man, with the same blonde hair, greeted his daughter warmly. It was Ravina Empert, not only the head of the family, but also the commander of an armed division, whose authority and respect were undeniable. The princess, with grace and elegance, made a deep bow expressing her respect and reverence for the relatives who had gathered for this solemn moment. Ezekiel, the Duke's eldest son and Bishop of the Order of Baal, smilingly called his sister a beauty, happily noting that she had finally come, thus adding warmth and sincerity to the atmosphere of the meeting. Irritated by her brother's words, Kyrielle turned away, asking him not to touch on the topic that was unpleasant for her, in order to avoid further awkward and painful discussions. But suddenly, the princess was stopped by her father, who informed her that today the lady's place belonged to the bishop, thus emphasizing the importance of observing protocol and traditions. With a puzzled and slightly confused expression, the maiden asked the duke if it was really so important to strictly follow this rule. Unable to contradict her father's will, she sat down at the table, and at that moment, Ezekiel announced that they were expecting the arrival of an important guest, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming meeting. All the guys sitting at the table smiling and resting their heads on their hands seemed lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the lady was wondering with bewilderment who exactly her family was expecting. Noticing her brother's slyly grinning face, the lady felt suspicious and, frowning, asked if this was another attempt to marry her off, trying to understand what was behind the mysterious smile. The men continued to smile, and their constant smiles only increased the lady's suspicions, adding confidence to the assumptions made. Taking a glass in her hands, Kyrielle decided to joke about the bishop, noting that perhaps he had finally realized his true nature and decided to leave church affairs for the sake of worldly life, adding a drop of irony to the conversation. After this, the aristocrat remembered how in the past, waving her broom and loudly exclaiming, she expressed her unwillingness to get married. Another man stood next to her, holding a real sword, and looked with an expression of disappointment at the broken thing, which, as it turned out, did not stand the test and did not show the required strength. Noticing that something was wrong with the lady, she asked what was going on in her head, but Kyrielle just waved her off, not wanting to share her thoughts or explain her condition. The woman calmly noted that she had no leg, but her hearing was completely fine, which allowed her to maintain a clear perception of the situation and not lose self-confidence. When the lady sat down on the ground, she heard a response from the lady, who reminded her that when swinging a sword, she should think about what exactly she didn't like. With her back to her partner in arms, Kyrielle added that she truly had a deep hatred for marriage, emphasizing her disgust for everything that came with it. Approaching the girl who was sitting on a rock after a hard workout, the woman asked with concern what had happened and what could have caused her condition. The little girl, confused, said that her evil father constantly repeated the need to find a groom she could like, and this requirement became a real source of constant stress and anxiety. All Kyrielle ever dreamed of was to simply live surrounded by her family, enjoying their company and finding peace and joy in their life together. Sitting under a tree, the woman suggested that the little girl find a guy like her father, which, in the girl's opinion, seemed like an absolutely unrealistic and difficult task. It was unlikely that in this world, one could find someone as kind and sweet as the Duke, whose hobby was planting flowers, and who stood out from others with his kind heart and care for nature. It was at this moment that the rival, with obvious bewilderment, asked the lady what her ideal type should then be, which caused the latter obvious confusion and made her think about this unexpected question. Eating delicious food and enjoying the pleasant aroma, Kirill suddenly sadly realized that all this time she had been taking part in her own bride show, trying to choose a future husband. The irritated aristocrat asked what exactly the relatives were doing in this place, reminding her that her own demands on the groom were very high and had strict criteria. The man standing up agreed that his older brother had remembered all the details, perfectly confirming that he had indeed taken into account and learned all the important points that had been discussed. The candidate was required to have silver hair that shimmered like moonlight, creating a mysterious and attractive image, as well as green eyes. In other words, the guy explained that this should be a description of the ideal man, emphasizing that all the requirements and characteristics presented form the image of a real handsome man. Outside the window, a servant would see the guest off, and the candidate had to be impeccable in his smile and resemble a man from a legend with a magnificent aura, possessing that special charm that could enchant and impress. The guest turned out to be exactly as described. He had many facets combining both gentleness and danger, which fully corresponded to the given characteristics and requirements. Embarrassed by the groom's beauty, the maid invited him to go into the dining room, trying to hide her excitement and impression of his appearance so as not to distract from the solemn event. Smiling slyly, the aristocrat, having memorized her relative's preferences, added that the candidate should be a man of few words, but at the same time have a pleasant and deep voice. In addition, the future husband must have a title that confirms his high origin and keep some secret that adds mystery and intrigue to the image. The father, who had remained silent until then, also knew that his daughter dreamed of a lover who would be a cut above both literally and figuratively, meeting her high standards and demands. Entering the room, the housekeeper happily announced that the guest, adorned with a precious blue brooch, had finally arrived, causing general excitement and joy among those present. Smiling mysteriously, the handsome man introduced himself as Idvin Sullate Ridgevis, and addressing Kirill, called it the lightest and most refined sword in the Duke's family, emphasizing its special significance and unique qualities. The nobles standing behind began to whisper that his sister would definitely like him, while the lady herself watched the guy with irritation, assessing him and trying to hide her displeasure. Looking at the guest in surprise, Kirill could not believe in his existence, because she herself had invented him a long time ago, creating images and fantasies that helped her avoid marriage. Not understanding where the brothers and father could have found such a handsome man, the lady thought that she shouldn't be rude to the guest, since it would look extremely strange and awkward, especially considering his impressive appearance. Closing his eyes like a true gentleman, the nobleman said, with a slight smile, that he could not have imagined that the Duke would invite him to dinner, expressing sincere surprise and gratitude for such an unexpected and honorable invitation. Kirill could not help but notice the charming voice of the aristocrat, which, filled with sophistication and enchanting depth, captivated and attracted attention. Following all the manners, the girl expressed gratitude to the guest for having come such a long way from the order to please them with his presence. Afterwards, sitting down at the table, Idvin said that the journey had not been so difficult, since he had made a stop in the capital, leaving the headquarters and current affairs behind, since he had more important and urgent matters. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Kirill apologized for her rude question, explaining that she had never encountered a sorcerer before, and perhaps her curiosity was misplaced. Idvin reassured his interlocutor, saying that she should not worry, since such a question was quite appropriate and natural in their current conversation. The aristocrat caustically remarked that a man who is unable to take care of himself did not meet high standards and could hardly claim respect and recognition in high society. Kyrielle glared at her brother, realizing that this whole idea of finding the perfect person was his idea, and now she realized that he was behind this whole plot. However, seeing no reaction from the bishop when she accidentally stepped on his foot, the girl suddenly realized that it was not her relative's foot, but a guest's, which made her feel awkward. The man quietly whispered with his lips that he was not in pain at all, trying to calm his daughter-in-law and make her understand that he was not offended and did not feel any discomfort. This made the aristocrat embarrassed and blush, as she did not expect such a soft and polite reaction, which only increased her embarrassment. The Duke noted with concern that it must have been difficult to become a master sorcerer at such a young age, expressing his surprise and admiration for the boy's accomplishments, considering his youth. Idvin smiled politely and replied that the path to this mastery was not as thorny as it might seem, modestly downplaying his achievements and demonstrating calm and confidence. Ezekiel quietly whispered to his sister that Idvin seemed to have taken a liking to their father, hinting that the guest had made a favorable impression and perhaps lived up to the family's expectations. Gripping her fork tightly in her hand, Kyrielle asked her brother, in a subdued tone, to shut up so she could concentrate and figure out how to get rid of this handsome man and throw him out of the house. The lady strictly ordered her brother not to return, without her explaining that she could not go out in such a state and needed his help to tidy herself up before appearing in public. However, suddenly Idvin stood up from his seat, bowed politely, and said that it was time for him to leave, which caught everyone by surprise and left a feeling of something unsaid. After this, the man explained that he did not want to be superfluous at their family dinner, and now after his departure, they would be able to calmly discuss everything that was necessary without outside interference. Not wanting to let the handsome guest go so easily, the nobleman's father admitted that he would be glad to meet him again for a cup of tea to continue the conversation and get to know him better. Kyrielle added that she would accompany them, offering to walk the guy to the door and ensure comfortable care, which emphasized respect and attention to the invitee. Watching the handsome man, the lady prayed to the god Altion Baal, asking them that her brother and father would finally grow up and stop believing in the deception of strangers, thereby ensuring a more sensible and meaningful attitude to what was happening. All this time as they walked together, Idvin remained silent, allowing others to speak and reflect, and thus creating an atmosphere of calm and reflection. Suddenly, the boy stopped and with a slight smile said that he expected the princess to show him the way to the exit, hinting at her intended role in the send-off. Kyrielle, shrugging her shoulders, explained that, lost in thought, her gaze had caught on his broad back, which had prevented her from immediately paying attention to the need to show the way. With a smile, the man asked if the demanding lady liked anything about him, showing curiosity and a little mischief, as if expecting an honest and direct answer. Silently, the maiden listened to the words of the guest, who was trying to look attractive to her, realizing that his efforts were aimed at making a positive impression. The lady escorted the aristocrat to his carriage, wondering why such a majestic sorcerer was seeking to win the favor of the Duchess. Idvin thanked the lady with sincere respect for the fact that the noblewoman deigned to accompany the man to the carriage, expressing deep appreciation for the attention and care shown. The handsome man was interrupted by the brave lady, who modestly stated that she had done nothing special, and that such actions were simply a manifestation of politeness and courtesy. Idvin noticed that the noblewoman was probably tired after the night's training, but despite this, she continued to maintain her manners and carry herself with impeccable dignity. The meeting ended with a firm handshake and a warm wish from the guest to receive a response to his letter, leaving behind a feeling of satisfaction and hope for the further development of relations. As she watched the carriage leave, Kiriel thoughtfully wondered how the stranger could have known that the lady had been training hard all night. Turning around and swinging her cloak, the aristocrat was completely shocked by how perfectly Idvin matched her idea of a man. His appearance and manners were beautiful. Long ago, when the noblewoman was still a girl, she often discussed the ideal guy with a courtier, imagining what an ideal life partner should be like. Having not received a clear answer about the desired groom, the woman decided to independently create the image of the ideal life partner, forming it in her imagination, and taking into account all her preferences and requirements. The girls listened fascinated, as the idea of creating an impossible man was discussed, arguing that it would make the task of avoiding marriage much easier if such an ideal existed only in the imagination. Smiling slyly, the princess asked the servant to tell her about her ideal, showing interest in others' views and preferences in order to better understand the idea of perfection. The librarian thought for a moment and then said that the ideal groom should have silver hair that shimmered like the moonlight, creating an image of mystery and sophistication. The guards added that the ideal man should be taciturn and have soft, attractive character traits, which emphasized sophistication and the ability to find a common language in any situation. The chef thought that the ideal man should have a calm and peaceful look that would radiate a sense of inner peace and stability. After her little research, the lady approached her father and began to read out a huge list of requirements for a future husband, carefully listing all the points and features. After her little research, the lady approached her father and began to read out a huge list of requirements for a future husband, carefully listing all the points and features. Hugging his little aristocrat, the Duke promised that he would definitely find the ideal candidate who would meet all the requirements and expectations. The noblewoman paused at the closed door, carefully studying the smooth surface and thinking about what could be hidden behind this barrier, preparing for what awaited behind it, and preparing to take the decisive step in anticipation of a new beginning. Putting her hand to the tree, the maiden decided to figure out how exactly the ideal type appeared, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and to understand what circumstances led to her ideal becoming a reality. Behind the door stood a guy with blonde hair who, meeting the beauty's gaze, caused her mixed feelings of surprise and anger. Ezekiel, feeling the irritation coming from his sister, hurried to disappear from sight. However, she quickly stopped the cunning fugitive, grabbing him by the clothes, and did not allow him to leave to understand what was happening. In the study, the Duke sat quietly at the table, listening attentively to the request of his son, who needed to leave early. The nobleman, remaining calm and focused, was ready to consider the request and make a decision. As the aristocrat leafed through the pages of the book, he asked the children with interest why they were making so much noise. His voice was soft and inquisitive, and he was trying to understand the reasons for their excited behavior. At the invitation of the father, the nobles took their places. Their movements were harmonious and respectful, reflecting both the formality of the moment and the deep respect for the host. Kiriel was deeply outraged that the head of the house, despite his high authority and responsibility, completely refused to take part in choosing a groom for his daughter. When asked whether the lady liked Idvin, she instantly replied that she did not without a moment's hesitation. The answer was clear and definite, reflecting her sincere feelings and opinion of him. The aristocrat sighed heavily, holding the pen in his hand, and remarked that he had never met stranger people in his life than those who were in front of him right now, hinting at two whose behavior seemed especially unusual to him. Kiriel was quick to explain her point of view, claiming that Idvin was not just strange, but rather suspicious. She emphasized that his behavior and manners made her wary and doubtful. The boy, the Duke found, was a master who had become a sorcerer of the Order of the Blue Flower at a young age. He had only recently arrived in the capital, and his reputation as an expert in the field of magic had attracted attention from the outside. Holding her hand to her chest in a sign of deep emotion, the lady added that the most amazing and strange thing was how this man perfectly corresponded to her long-formed ideal. The hand, writing the text in the old language, suddenly stopped, as if frozen in the moment, leaving an unfinished letter or document, and forcing one to wonder what could have prevented the work from continuing. The maiden added that such knights had not been seen for about 300 years, emphasizing the rarity and historical significance of their appearance. The Duke folded his hands together and asked his daughter a provocative question, not believing that she actually thought she was smarter than her own father. After the girl voiced her ideal man in childhood, Caliano has been tirelessly searching for a suitable candidate, ever since striving to find a person who would meet high requirements. The bishop, slowly sipping his tea, listened attentively to his father, praising the one who had not despaired, and still managed to find the ideal aristocrat. The room became heavy with air. Disappointed, the father said that Caliano had indulged the noblewoman. Too much words that reflected his disappointment that such an important decision had been based so much on the whims and wishes of his daughter. With her hands folded in her lap and her head bowed in humility, Kyriel asked for forgiveness with deep sincerity and emotional intensity, truly repenting of her actions. Placing his hand on the table and rising from his seat, the Duke addressed his relative in a serious and insistent tone, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming conversation and his desire to resolve the situation that had arisen. In their state, an unmarried knight could not aspire to high positions of power. Strict tradition emphasized the importance of family status and stability for those who occupied key positions in society and government. Loyalty began with devotion to one's family, and that was why the aristocrat had linked his fate with Kyriel's mother by marrying her. This bond not only strengthened their family ties, but also emphasized the importance of trust. The lady's hands clenched into fists with tension. Although the story could explain a lot, it did not change the fact that Idvin remained terribly suspicious. His behavior and manners continued to make her wary. The brother stated that they had already conducted a thorough check on the man, who had turned out to be innocent. He stressed that all the circumstances and the candidate's reputation had been thoroughly examined, and no incriminating facts had been revealed. The man was a sorcerer of the Order of the Blue Flower and wore a precious ring that symbolized his membership in this prestigious magical community. However, the guy's body did not meet expectations from a sorcerer, because instead of the slenderness and nervousness characteristic of magicians, his figure resembled a knight or swordsman, distinguished by pronounced physical strength and confident posture. Ezekiel couldn't help but be pleased that his sister had paid attention to the guest's physical form, emphasizing her attention to detail and ability to perceive others. Approaching his daughter, the aristocrat stated that a true knight's feelings must be deeply truthful and not superficially close, emphasizing the importance of sincerity and inner dignity in true knightly behavior. After this, he leaned towards the girl and, with severity in his voice, ordered her to demonstrate that she had strictly adhered to the ancient traditions and customs that had been passed down by her ancestors. When the sister did not dare to object to her father, Ezekiel stood up from his seat and said that the man should be glad that at least one child in this family behaves obediently and respects his elders. The nobleman ordered his son to leave the room, to which he, with a slight smile on his lips, replied that he had never been known for his obedience and was far from being able to obey unconditionally. At these words, the aristocrat simply pushed his son out of his room, leaving him standing outside the door without the opportunity to return and continue the conversation. During a training session held among the knights, an arrow shot with impeccable accuracy pierced the target, perfectly demonstrating the superb skill and exceptional ability of the thrower. Kyriel, known for her outstanding archery, demonstrated her skills during training, while the crowd in the stands watched her every move in admiration. A man in uniform with clear, bright eyes, who was Ferdinand Honore, a childhood friend of the princess, addressed the commander with a request or a question, demonstrating respect and confidence in his words. Kyriel couldn't understand why Honore was so worried. She noticed that he was worried because the lady had already broken 5 bows out of anger, which seemed like an exaggeration to her. The guy refused, claiming that he had not exaggerated the situation at all, and that taking care of the noblewoman was his duty, which he carried out with full responsibility. The irritated lady, with undisguised irritation, declared that this remark was completely inappropriate and out of place, while aiming at the target of her anger. Suddenly, a strange hand gently lay on top of the woman's, who was tightly clutching the weapon, causing her to freeze for a moment in confusion. Ferdinand, with a soft smile and warmth in his voice, quietly said, addressing the lady, that everything that had been done today was already more than enough, and perhaps it was time to stop and give himself a little peace. Sitting next to his old childhood friend, the young man guessed that a few days ago, the beautiful lady had again visited the Duke's house, where they had again discussed the annoying marriage. Kirill drained the glass in one gulp, which finally dispelled all of Honoré's doubts, confirming his suspicions and leaving behind only clarity and certainty. The princess's subordinate understood perfectly well that no one could compare with the aristocrat, whose nobility and grandeur left everyone far behind. The upset lady bitterly admitted that despite all the efforts, the noble family managed to find the ideal man who met all the requirements and ideas about the real ideal. Surprised to the depths of his soul, Ferdinand, with his mouth open in shock and bewilderment on his face, could not tear his eyes away from the princess. He could not believe that such a thing could happen in reality. But Honora was sincerely glad that an unmarried knight had finally appeared, and he had previously been calm about the lonely maiden who denied the very idea of a wedding. Ferdinand asked his childhood friend if she considered the sorcerer from the Order of the Blue Flower a good candidate and possible future husband, given his merits and reputation. When Kirill admitted that she and the handsome man had already met several times, Ferdinand, indignantly getting up from his seat, asked whether it was worth calling an assassin to resolve this issue. The knight clutched his sore leg, clearly showing his reaction to the mention of a killer. The aristocrat, in turn, clearly did not appreciate this proposal. The noble woman insistently asked her servant to prepare all the necessary documents so that she could thoroughly find out the reasons for Idvin's visit to the capital and find out for what purpose he had arrived. As the lady was trying to remember the name of the attractive young man, a servant intervened in the conversation and brought the guest to the lady. This young man could be a potential suitor for the Duchess. Idvin noted with mild displeasure that he had expected his name to be simple and easy to remember, and expressed disappointment that it had turned out differently than he had expected. Kirill approached her previous interlocutor, discussing whether the meeting had been previously planned, and seeking to find out the details and circumstances surrounding this event. In defense of the lady, Ferdinand stepped forward, shielding her, and informed his guests that unannounced visits were strictly prohibited in high society, emphasizing the importance of following protocol. The guy handed over the letter, explaining that he had not come by chance, but on behalf of the Duke, emphasizing that such a visit was of great importance and predetermined by his high status. The maiden began to read the letter and soon discovered that her father wanted her to get more rest, so he sent her a gift, clearly hinting at a member of the Order of the Blue Flower as a potential companion. Idvin took out a box of exquisite tea, explaining that it was expensive and special. The man suggested moving the meeting to a more casual setting, to have a nice tea party and enjoy the taste of tea in a calm atmosphere. Kirill said that she would be able to join the guest only after she had completed all her current affairs, promising to come as soon as she was free from work. The princess gave a strict order to her old friend to lead the potential groom into the living room, and he, without a second's hesitation, obediently carried out her order. With a smile, Idvin said that it seemed there weren't many places where sorcerers were allowed to enter, freely hinting at his awareness of the strict rules and restrictions that existed in high society. The Duke was clearly pleased to see the silver-haired nobleman and greeted him as if he were his own son, expressing warm feelings and genuine joy at the meeting. With his hands folded in front of him, the head of a large family watched with satisfaction as his daughter finally managed to find the perfect type for a relationship. Smiling awkwardly, Kirill, trying to hide her embarrassment, curiously asked where exactly her dear father had managed to find that magician who was so important to their current affairs. The man recalled that there was a special volunteer program that he took advantage of while wandering the busy streets of the city, which helped him find the right person. A week ago, the aristocrat, showing his nobility and generosity, came to the orphanage with the aim of providing assistance and bringing food to the orphans, demonstrating true compassion and care for those left without support. Kirill was aware of this and was deeply impressed by her father, who continued to provide help and support even in the most difficult times without diminishing his generosity and nobility. Rarely did anyone go there, and therefore unfamiliar faces that appeared in the shelter immediately caught the eye standing out against the background of the people who occasionally visited it. It was there that the Duke met an attractive young man who did not shy away from difficult and challenging tasks that nobles did not usually undertake. This man, with his good qualities, was ideally suited to Kirill. Awkwardly listening to her father's serenades towards the guest, the girl interrupted him, saying that it would be enough to stop at describing the man's appearance without going into details. The nobleman concluded by claiming that fate itself had brought them together, emphasizing how surprising it was that their paths crossed at that moment. The father of a large family was aware that knights were not very fond of sorcerers, but he was happy that he managed to find the young man that his daughter liked despite all the prejudices. Grabbing Kirill's hands, the man compared her to himself in his youth, saying that if the lady was happy, then he himself would also be happy and content, finding satisfaction in her well-being. Sitting with the documents, the girl thoughtfully thought about how to preserve and strengthen her father's feelings, striving to maintain trust and satisfaction. Ferdinand accidentally ran into the commander in a long corridor where their meeting turned out to be unexpectedly significant, opening the door to an important and rich conversation that they were to discuss. The subordinate reported that the guest, who had been waiting for his companion for 2 hours, began to show impatience. He then asked what should be done in this situation to ensure a comfortable resolution of the problem. It turned out that all this time, Honore had been carefully watching the strange guest, who sat like a statue, without showing the slightest sign of impatience, despite the fact that he had already been waiting for his companion for 2 hours. The aristocrat once again forgot the name of the attractive young man, addressing him with an inappropriate form of address, which again caused an awkward situation. The luxuriously furnished room was empty except for a bouquet of flowers left on the sofa, a lonely accent reminding of their recent presence. On a small table in the room lay a single white flower, emitting a pleasant and delicate aroma that filled the space with its refined beauty. As Kirill walked into the room, confused, she noticed another detail that was not immediately obvious, but upon closer inspection turned out to be an important touch that complemented the overall atmosphere and gave additional meaning to the setting. On the table, under an elegant coverlet, lay a letter which attracted the lady's attention by its presence, contrasting with the rest of the objects in the room. Taking the letter in his hands, the knight noted that before leaving, Idvin left a strange message that was different from the usual notes. The letter mentioned a tea that stood on the table in the room, which was distinguished by its incredibly beautiful purple color. It turned out that the drink was made from rare flowers that were collected over 3 days and 3 nights. After they were steeped in water, slices of lemon were added to the mixture to achieve that mesmerizing purple color. This color was reminiscent of the midnight sky, strewn with lonely stars, creating a feeling of deep night silence and endless spaces into which one could immerse oneself, admiring the mystical shade. The lady took the cup in her hands, deciding to try the drink, which according to the guest was supposed to calm the nerves. Her intention was to test the promised effect of this mysterious potion. It turned out that Idvin had been watching the sword lady's training as she fought against another swordsman. He understood that she had a great responsibility as a fighter. The man himself was still waiting for news from her while he went by carriage to a hotel in another city where he planned to stay for a few days, hoping for a quick connection. Idvin had a presentiment that the letter from the Duke's family would still reach him, even though some time had passed, and this wait, although painful, remained a hope for him. Kirill read with irritation the words of the guy, who with a smile suggested that they call each other by their first names, if his long and complicated last name turned out to be too difficult for the lady. Having drunk the really tasty tea in one gulp, the girl realized that Idvin was talking complete nonsense, and her thoughts began to diverge from the absurd words that could not possibly make sense. Ferdinand did not notice the departure of their guest, but was ready to listen to a new request from his old childhood friend with whom they had long and difficult memories. Letting her hair down, the aristocrat ordered her subordinate to prepare a detailed report on the overseas work for the past month and bring it to her as soon as possible. Honoré was completely confused and at a loss, as he was given only 3 hours to complete the entire job and had no idea how he would be able to complete it in that short time. Grabbing the guy by the hand, the lady commanded him to immediately throw out all the flowers from the living room, emphasizing that she would not tolerate any objections, and demanded that this order be carried out without delay. The noblewoman herself was heading with an important question to her brother, who, full of enthusiasm, was talking enthusiastically with the beautiful lady, clearly absorbed in the topic of their conversation. The large building was magnificently decorated with sword symbols, giving it a majestic and imposing appearance, emphasizing its importance and historical significance. A man with long blonde hair walked towards a large sphere that was shining brightly, creating a magical and mesmerizing glow around it. Kirill noticed that nothing had changed in this place for a long time, when suddenly a voice was heard calling her sister. This unexpected sound broke the silence. A strong-looking woman, with a short haircut and a kind smile, noticed that the lady had not been in their modest abode for a long time, and this absence clearly affected the atmosphere of their cozy corner. The aristocrat came to the bishop, who was currently busy examining the qualification documents, carefully checking every detail and assessing their significance. The lady said that she would convey an important message and request a meeting with the bishop to discuss some important matters that required his attention. The lady realized that she should have given advance notice of her visit, as an unexpected appearance might create inconvenience and disrupt current affairs, which was certainly inappropriate and imprudent. The woman agreed with the fact that despite the fact that Kirill was the priest's sister, she could not know all the details of his work and all the subtleties of his duties. Calmly observing her interlocutor, the noblewoman noticed that her body was concentrated with enormous energy and deep faith, which radiated and made her presence especially noticeable and impressive. It turned out that it was the Church of the Passion Flower, where the monuments were located in a sacred place, creating a special atmosphere of reverence and sacred silence inherent in this historical and spiritual center. As they began to walk through the spacious corridors of the building, the ladies began to talk about the recent arrival of the Passion Flower sorcerer in the city, discussing his goals and influence on local events. The beautiful woman only laughed at the aristocrat's unsuccessful attempts to extract information from strangers, realizing that her attempts were clearly inept and did not bring the desired result. Kirill froze in surprise, not believing her eyes, as an unexpected scene or situation unfolded before her, shaking her to the depths of her soul. The clever maiden learned that the organization her future groom belonged to had been closed for the last 300 years due to a holy war. 300 years ago, when Altean was brutally attacked by ruthless monsters from the north who spared no one and mercilessly sowed destruction and suffering, a real disaster reigned. According to the agreement, the Northern Church was supposed to stop these terrible monsters, but frightened and unable to cope with anxiety, it was unable to fulfill its mission. An angry Altean decided to punish the traitors and created a huge fire that engulfed everything around to demonstrate his rage and restore justice. A fierce war broke out between humans and monsters, while constant conflicts and disputes continued between knights and sorcerers, worsening the already difficult situation. As a result, peace came between the people. They shook hands in reconciliation, and the empire recognized the power of the sorcerers and their importance in maintaining the new order. The lady noted that Baal used divine power to achieve his goals, while the actions of sorcerers remained shrouded in mystery and little known to the general public. The girl thoughtfully pondered what exactly brought the mysterious blue passion flower to the capital and what was hidden behind this unusual phenomenon. The noblewoman bowed her head to Deacon with deep respect, expressing her sincere gratitude for the valuable information he had provided, which had proven to be very useful. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Brother Kirill appeared and anxiously warned her that bringing weapons to this place was strictly prohibited, and breaking this prohibition could have serious consequences. The lady responded to her brother's stupid joke with obvious irritation, abruptly throwing him over her shoulder, which clearly demonstrated strength and confidence, as if she wanted to show that she did not tolerate such antics. The surprised and cheeky smiling guy, lying on the floor, sarcastically remarked that such stupid behavior could only come from his sweet little sister, who had just beaten up the priest. Kiriel gave her brother strict orders to reveal everything known about the sorcerer, who had recently arrived in the capital, demanding detailed information about his activities and goals. Ezekiel suggested that before they began their serious conversation, they should have a cup of tea, hoping that this would help create a more relaxed atmosphere and prepare them for the important conversation. Ripe raspberries floated in the tea, adding not only a bright color, but also a sweet aroma that created a particularly pleasant and relaxing mood. During his sister's interrogation, the guy awkwardly admitted that he could only conduct an investigation within the law and did not have much information about their mysterious guest, which greatly limited his capabilities. The bishop then turned to the relative with a question of interest, asking if she knew exactly how Idvin and their father first met and became acquainted in order to clarify this important detail of their history. Taking the cup in his hand, the man added that His Majesty personally invited the sorcerer, and only a very narrow circle of people were aware of the magician's arrival, which makes this information especially secret. There were previously 24 mages, but now only 12 remain. Idvin, previously an acolyte, completed his training, and after passing a rigorous selection, received a new name in keeping with the times. Realizing that each name in the mysterious order had a special meaning, Kiriel asked about the meaning of the future groom's surname, trying to understand its true essence and importance. Smiling, the aristocrat explained that Idvin's name symbolized purple midnight, and that his unique ability involved manipulating time. In complete shock, the lady froze in place, shaken by the realization of the depth and significance of the unique ability that radically changed her perception of the strange man. Idvin was a powerful sorcerer with rare knowledge and skills that allowed him to communicate with the passion flower providence itself, a mysterious and ancient entity. Kiriel, clutching her tired face, with her hands tried unsuccessfully to understand how she had ended up in this difficult and confusing situation that was now surrounding her on all sides. Ezekiel carefully opened the envelope, expecting to find a letter or a note inside, but to his surprise, he found a small bandage, like a gift hiding some kind of riddle. When the guy asked his sister where she could have come across pornography, the lady taking a cup of tea calmly replied that it was some kind of nonsense and not worth paying attention to. After this, the aristocrat, with a slight shock on her face, turned to her relative and asked him if he still couldn't forget about the old incident, which in her opinion should have long since become a thing of the past. Kiriel's penetrating gaze caused the man to freeze in silence, and then frankly admitted that he still felt slightly uneasy and could not completely calm down because of what had happened. The aristocrat rose from the comfortable sofa and, a little embarrassed, admitted that she felt strange because she had not seen the holy altar for a long time. Ezekiel sincerely asked Kiriel for forgiveness, as he felt the full weight of responsibility for past events and felt deep guilt towards her for his actions. It happened 10 years ago, when a young priest called a sister who was adjusting the folds of her dress to show her something interesting and fascinating. The little girl asked her brother to stop distracting her so that she could focus on her studies and not lose concentration. The boy could not calm down. He kept enthusiastically bragging about the object that the emperor himself had visited. He proudly showed the thing to everyone around him, repeating everywhere how important and unique this artifact was. This treasure turned out to be a blue magic ball, which had an amazing property. It began to glow when it was approached, closely emitting a soft and mysterious light that fascinated everyone who saw it. Passionately about how the ball changed color the moment all the priests took the oath. He described how a magical transformation took place as the ball's color changed in response to the sacred words. The guy, taking his sister's hand in his own, suggested that she try to do the same thing as he did, hoping that she too would be able to feel the same magic and experience joy. The enchanted girl listened to the words of her relative, who explained that they needed to take an unbreakable oath, similar to the one that their kind mother had once given. Ezekiel offered Kiriel the opportunity to practice writing the oath on paper that would become an official document when she led the knights, explaining that it was important preparation for her future role. After that, the boy explained that when the big day came, his sister would not worry at all, because all the efforts and preparation would help her feel confident and calm, regardless of the circumstances. Smiling sheepishly, the lady agreed that her intention to become the head of the knights was as significant as that of their mother and father, and then emphasized that she aspired to follow their example and continue the family tradition. The text turned out to be quite voluminous and complex, occupying many pages and requiring a lot of time and effort to carefully study and understand all the details. The boy himself wondered with some excitement whether the oath had worked. It had been only a joke, and nothing more, which could cast doubt on all serious intentions and expectations. They had to take an oath in a sacred place, and despite the excitement, the goddess performed this important ritual with deep devotion and respect. The promise ended with touching words in which the man swore before God that he would offer his prayers and hopes, asking him to protect the one asking until the end of his days and his whole life. Suddenly, a bright flash of light tore through the room, blindingly filling the space and causing everyone to instantly pay attention. The aristocrat looked away and, with reassuring confidence, replied that this meant that the deity had heard their prayer and answered it, showing its favor through this luminous sign. Suddenly, the children were distracted by the voice of a woman who entered the building, and seeing them asked with obvious excitement and anxiety what they were doing in such an unexpected and dangerous place. The children turned around and, in complete shock, recognized the guest as their older sister Uriel, who suddenly appeared in front of them, adding to their anxiety. The woman walked up to the oath and began reading it out loud, trying to make out what exactly was written. The text mentioned a guy with silver hair, a great physique, and many other wonderful features. After reading Kiriel's wish not to marry unless she meets her ideal companion, the girl felt that her idea of a groom should be revised. Ezekiel admitted that despite his desire to fulfill this vow as soon as possible and help his father, his inner experiences and indecision delayed this process. The lady hastened to reassure her brother, assuring him that it was her own and entirely deliberate decision, and that the problem she was faced with was solely her personal concern. Kiriel was not the kind of sister who would snap at her older brother and start scolding him. On the contrary, the noblewoman always tried to remain calm and find delicate ways to solve problems. With a smile, the aristocrat said that she could never act in such a way as to lose her temper and start scolding, since it was always important for her to maintain dignity and respect in any situation. On the table stood a cup of aromatic tea, which was slowly cooling, filling the room with a cozy and calming smell. The guy frowned as he sat on the couch, trying to remember the last time his sweet sister walked around the house with such a sincere smile on her face and radiated joy and calm. 10 years ago, young Kiriel ran around her father's estate, her laughter loud and joyful, filling the space around her with genuine gaiety and innocent playfulness. She was eager to show off her achievement to her parents, but stood hesitantly at the door, mindful of the strict prohibition that did not allow her to enter inside and violate the established order. So the little girl decided to hide behind the door and patiently wait until her parents were free and she could come in to show off her achievement. Inside, there were men. One of them was expressing gratitude to the other for raising Kiriel, even though she was not his own daughter. The second man was trying to comfort Caliano, who was sobbing, trying to console him in his difficult moment. The boy with tears in his eyes recalled the anniversary of the death of someone close to him, and his heart was filled with sadness and nostalgia for the past time. Hiding under the stairs, the girl learned the terrible truth. The aristocrat not only helped his friend find his younger sister, who was lost during the assault. The Duke, showing mercy, sheltered the girl who was abandoned by the boy's sister. The aristocrat asked his friend not to mention gratitude, explaining that his friend's family was as close and dear to him as his own family, and he considered them one big united family. In complete horror, the little girl ran in panic when she discovered the shocking truth. Her father was actually her uncle, and everything she had been told before was a lie and a deception that destroyed her idea of family. The Duke asked Caliano to stop crying, explaining that he would soon have to visit Kiriel, and that at such a moment, it was important to remain calm and dignified. The man happily reported that he had decorated the entire kitchen with fresh cranberries, which was a fitting tribute to the youngest lady in their family, creating an atmosphere of celebration and coziness that filled the house with warmth and good cheer. The aristocrats found the baby in the kitchen, where she was already covered in sweets that were scattered around her, creating a chaotic but cute sight. Caliano gently grabbed the girl by the chin and said that she was all dirty after eating, smiling at her involuntary pranks and giving the moment a warm and caring tone. The little lady declared that the taste of the food was too sour, expressing her dissatisfaction with a childish directness and innocence that only emphasized the sincerity. The little girl cried and said that the cranberries were too sour, which even brought tears to her eyes. The emotions were so sincere and expressive that it touched the hearts of those around her. The nobles immediately rushed to calm Kiriel, explaining that the berry should be sprinkled with sugar to soften its sour taste and make the treat more pleasant and delicious. The aristocrat decided to show off the decoration, declaring that next time she would wear not a third-rank brooch, but the best one first rank, which would stand out for its exceptional quality and elegance. Caliano was quick to add that the little girl shouldn't have worried so much about rank, hugging her and assuring her that no matter what they would love her and support her, no matter how the circumstances changed. Before her birthday, Kiriel always remembered this incident. Standing in front of a man on the street, she received a greeting from him, befitting a commander, which reminded her of the importance and respect she deserved. This guy was Albert, the head of the Swan Squad, who was responsible for all the affairs that happened during the work abroad, coordinating the actions of his team, and supervising the execution of important missions. The irritated lady sharply called her subordinate overly talkative when he inquired about his mistress's unsuccessful promotion, pointing out his inappropriate and immodest questions. Clenching his fist and holding it out in front of him, Albert expressed his regret that the lady had failed to take the top job, as he considered her the most worthy candidate for the role. Kiriel understood the guy perfectly, but when he said these words, it automatically put the aristocrat below the other candidates, emphasizing the female shortcomings in comparison with the other applicants for the position. With his head down, the man apologized for his words, acknowledging that his crude comments could have been perceived as inappropriate and disrespectful. Kiriel thoughtfully touched her finger to her chin and asked with interest what exactly her subordinate had said when he proposed to his wife and what words he had used to express his feelings and intentions. Albert cried out in surprise that he did not quite understand what the lady meant by the word proposal and was clearly puzzled by how this word was perceived in this context. Following the strong lady, the guy was surprised to think about whether she really had a boyfriend, and these thoughts caused him mixed feelings and slight bewilderment. Raising his hand and gesturing towards his companion, Albert wondered why she was in such a gloomy mood, since Edwin had shown a genuine and obvious interest in her, which should have pleased her. Smiling broadly, the man expressed his joy that the aristocrat finally had a partner who met all her high requirements, and even the very fact of his existence. Disappointed that the news of the mysterious groom had reached even the knights, Kiriel covered her eyes with her hand, in despair as if trying to hide her feelings, and hung her head dejectedly, feeling the unbearable weight of this news pressing on her heart. It was getting late. The sun was slowly sinking below the horizon, painting the sky in soft, golden-pink hues and illuminating the bell tower with its last rays. It was time to end their long conversation. Since the long-awaited competition between master swordsmen was starting tomorrow, the guy was extremely curious to find out which of the participants the noblewoman would be rooting for. The wind gently played with the beautiful golden hair of the lady who 7 years ago chose the Swans team as her favorites. The sun's rays gently touched her hair, creating a feeling of magic and warmth. That day, the arena hosted a spectacular competition where 3 knightly orders of the country entered into a duel, demonstrating their skill and courage. Every year, young knights came to the competition, and this made it possible to predict which of them would become participants in similar tournaments in the future. There were 3 orders to choose from among the young students, and the first of them, the Platinum Order founded by Father Kiriel and protecting the king, usually attracts those who seek glory and high honors. The next order was the Order of the White Crown, which protected the kingdom from external threats. This order attracted self-confident daredevils, eager to show their courage and test themselves in dangerous situations. In addition, there was the Order of the Swans, which protected the capital and attracted those for whom the safety of the family came first. It was intended for those who sought to provide stability and protection for their loved ones. Under a blue sky, the arena was decorated with bright flags fluttering in the wind and adding color to the atmosphere of the competition. The knights would discuss the students, presenting them under different numbers, which added an element of organization and systematization to the process of evaluating and selecting future candidates for their orders. The heads of the orders sat on majestic thrones to watch from above what was happening in the arena, carefully monitoring every movement and display of skill of the young knights. An adult man, with his hair pulled back into a ponytail, Ilya Cledante, the leader of the Swan Orders, approached Kiriel and asked if the current situation reminded her of the past, which added an element of nostalgia. Closing her eyes, the maiden declared that she had chosen the Order of the Swan that day, not because of external pressure or demands, but solely of her own free will, following her inner convictions and aspirations. Ilya thoughtfully placed his hand to his chin, and with a slight smile, noted that a man who had dreamed of becoming a knight for decades could not have acted otherwise. The words reflected an understanding and recognition of the deep aspirations of those who followed their dreams and ideals. The swordsmen tiredly wiped the sweat from their faces as they continued to work under the scorching sun, showing steadfastness in their training despite the physical strain and heat. The guy crossing his legs and expressing obvious irritation admitted that training and fighting seemed too boring to him and not worth spending the whole day on. Awkwardly adjusting his tuxedo, another aristocrat declared that the next autumn competition would be much better, hoping that the upcoming events would live up to expectations and bring more vivid impressions. Surprised, Kirill froze in place when the Lord suggested organizing a competition between the Swan Knights. The proposal unexpectedly caught her attention. The head of another order with dark hair and a noticeable scar on his eye agreed with the proposal, not finding the strength to object and accepting this decision as a given. Father Kirill called the proposal for a competition pointless, to which Ilya responded in a friendly manner that he did not force anyone to participate and only suggested the idea, leaving the choice up to the participants. Looking coldly at his interlocutors, the nobleman declared that he did not want to use his children merely to demonstrate strength and dominance, preferring to seek more worthy ways to demonstrate his power. The scythe-wielding knight, standing next to Father Kirill, admired the behavior of their leader, who showed worthy self-respect and wisdom in the current situation, creating the image of a true leader and expert. Placing his hand to his face in a gesture of sincere respect, the man wished the lady good luck and expressed his hope that she would show all her abilities in the upcoming test, confident in her abilities and determination. Descending from the stands, the lady clad in armor stood confidently in front of her enemy, ready for the upcoming test and demonstrating determination and strength of character. The subordinate wished his mistress to be more careful, noticing that the enemy was showing extreme aggressiveness, both in his actions and in his words, warning of possible dangers. The noblewoman's opponent would be the commander of the White Crown, a young man with a short haircut. His experience and determination in battle created a serious threat, and he was likely to be a difficult opponent in the upcoming competition. The swordsman loudly declared that it was an honor for him to fight against the lightest sword of the Duke's family, emphasizing the respect for his opponent and the significance of the upcoming duel for both himself and his opponent. The lady noticed that she was called a knight instead of a commander, which was a clear insult and provocation. Such an address emphasized the lack of respect for a woman's status and skills, causing internal tension. Deciding to respond in kind, Kirill sarcastically asked her opponent's name, which infuriated him. The provocation not only added fuel to the fire, but also clearly exacerbated the tension between them. Putting his hand on his heart, the man could not believe that he was not recognized, because he often participated in battles and was known for his experience and skills. The lady brazenly declared that if the knight were truly famous and worthy of attention, she would certainly know his name, thereby emphasizing her contempt and confidence in her own status. Since it was important for the head of the order to maintain her dignity, Kirill hurried the enemy to begin the fight in order to avoid further provocations and maintain the integrity of the upcoming battle. The commander realized that the lady had finally cast aside her status and politeness, showing that she was ready to enter the battle with full determination and focus, as if her previous manners and diplomacy no longer mattered. The hand grabbed the sword, decisively drawing it from its sheath with a confident and precise movement, preparing for the upcoming battle. Angry at her opponent, Kirill hurried her partner with obvious irritation, insistently demanding that he quickly draw his sword and prepare for the upcoming duel. Her impatience and determination were obvious. The commander, irritated by the disrespectful behavior, sharply asked if the lady had not heard his earlier words, showing displeasure and confusion about such a reaction. Kirill had no intention of being nice to him just because of his fame and notoriety. Her interest was not dictated by a desire to please someone, but rather based on her own principles and beliefs. The guy had no other options but to submit and finally pull out his sword, realizing that further actions were pointless, and it was time to take decisive measures. The noblewoman no longer wanted to wait for the foolish commander to finally draw his weapon. The maiden gave him 3 chances, but without waiting, she struck with lightning speed, striking the enemy and demonstrating her determination and skill. Kirill frowned at the man, and asked if he wanted to become famous for something else, clearly implying that his desire for fame had long been obvious and was irritating her. The knight's strike was precise and refined, demonstrating his skill and impeccable technique. Every movement was graceful and precise, emphasizing his high qualifications and desire for perfection. Finally, the commander of the White Crown drew his sword and, with a confident movement, successfully parried the blow. The actions were precise and decisive, which allowed him to easily cope with the attack and maintain his dignity in the battle. The boy didn't want others to think he was chickening out when he parried the blows. He made every effort to demonstrate his fortitude and confidence, not allowing doubts in his abilities to cloud his reputation. Suddenly, green sparks flew between the opponents, which greatly disconcerted them and introduced an element of surprise into the duel. Bright flashes, like a magical effect, distracted them for a moment and changed the dynamics of the battle. The spectators of the fight tried to understand what had happened, watching the sudden green sparks that filled the air. Everyone was intrigued by this unexpected and mystical phenomenon, which clearly affected the course of the fight. Lying on the floor, the defeated man tried to comprehend how he had ended up in this position. He tried to understand what mistakes he had made and how exactly the situation had developed in such a way that it had led to his defeat. However, Kiriel also remained on her knees without her sword, which added an extra element of surprise to the situation. This position on the battlefield indicated that she was facing difficulties. The commander, who was eager to get up first to deliver the decisive blow, suddenly realized that his feet were pinned to the ground by the lady's sword, which he had somehow failed to notice. Trying to pull the weapon out of his clothes, the knight strove to free himself, concentrating all his efforts on freeing himself and overcoming the obstacle. But in just a moment, Kiriel was back on her feet, confidently gripping the hilt of her assistant's sword. Her swift recovery and determination were astonishing, as the lady quickly returned to the fight, ready to once again demonstrate her skills. Squinting, the aristocrat stated that before demonstrating her aggression, she should first curb her emotions and rude manners. The words sounded like a reproach, emphasizing the importance of self-control and respect in any interactions. Ilya could not restrain himself and began to applaud, rejoicing at the victory of his commander. Sincere excitement and delight could not be hidden, and he expressed his support and approval, enjoying the triumph of his knight. The young students, also delighted, rejoiced at Kiriel's victory, loudly applauding and expressing their admiration. Their delight was so sincere that they even began to discuss the possibility of joining the order to which the maiden belonged. The aristocrat's subordinate, noticing the state, worriedly asked if the lady had suffered. In response, she confidently and calmly stated that everything was fine, reassuring and demonstrating her determination and composure even in a difficult situation. Among the heads of the orders, one empty seat was left in the very center, as the man who had previously occupied it had left without turning around, leaving behind only a shadow of uncertainty and questions about the reasons for his sudden departure. Just like 7 years ago, when Kiriel participated in the winter competitions, the woman's attention was again drawn to the absence of a relative. The events of the past were repeating themselves and leaving a mark on her life. Ilya then mockingly asked the girl which order she would like to join, demonstrating his frivolity and disdain for her aspirations, which left an unpleasant aftertaste and a feeling of being unappreciated. Young Kiriel firmly stated that her aspiration was to become one of the swans, clearly expressing her desire and determination to join this order. A black crow flew in the sky next to a rich mansion, its dark wings standing out sharply against the bright sky. This contrast symbolized the connection between nature and man. Opening the window, the handsome guy watched with interest as the bird flew past. The graceful movements and freedom in the air caught his attention and brought a special note of peace to his day. Smiling happily as Carax landed on his hand, the man felt true happiness. The moment the little bird settled confidently in his palm brought a feeling of deep joy and peace. Sitting in a chair and thoughtfully stroking his beautiful raven, the handsome man began to talk about how noisy and monotonous the big city seemed to him. The bird bent over the bowl of water, intending to show something important to its master. A mischievous expression sparkled in its small eyes, and carefully sliding its beak along the surface of the water, it pointed to something that was below. Suddenly, by a magical movement, the water in the container began to move, curling in intricate patterns. Small waves began to spin, forming spirals and vortices that became more complex and mesmerizing with each passing moment. And suddenly, an image of Kirill appeared in the bowl, fighting in competition with another knight. The water, sparkling with magical light, came to life, and a scene full of dynamics and tension appeared on its surface. The man sighed heavily and placed his fingers on the bridge of his nose, as if trying to concentrate or cope with a sudden wave of emotion. Asking his faithful assistant, the wizard wanted to know if this honest and strong lady was suitable for him as his mate. The voice was full of hope and anxiety when he addressed his little assistant, who had been by his side for a long time. Karax cawed loudly, his voice filled with a characteristic sharp timbre, breaking the silence. The bird, as if revived by excitement, stretched out his neck and straightened his feathers. The boy nodded in agreement that they should visit the Duke's family. Today stood up from his seat, grabbed his coat, and with a slight wave of his hand, used magic to turn his hair white. With a smile, Idvin said that he had to be the ideal for his mate. The man's tone was full of sincere approval and a slight note of admiration as he said this. The horse-drawn carriage moved slowly through the streets, leaving behind a light trail of dust and attracting the attention of passers-by with its graceful movement. Inside sat Kirill, surrounded by young knights who sat silently lost in their thoughts and watching the outside world through the windows of the carriage. The lady thought that she should be careful during the battle, so that the white crown would retain its noble face and not lose its symbolic significance among the other young swordsmen. A childhood friend disagreed with the lady, arguing that she had demonstrated the importance of tradition and honor by putting them above her own safety. Such an act underscored her deep respect for ancient rituals and values. With a smile, the boy muttered that according to the leader, they really demonstrated their skills well, and his face lit up with pride at the work done. The lady sitting next to her added that the commander had been punished for his bad behavior. The woman's words sounded with a note of confidence, as if she wanted to emphasize that justice had been restored. Kirill looked down and out the window, saying with deep sadness and some disappointment that even if an ordinary night had come out, it would have ended the same way anyway. The lady's friends thought that the lady was too modest and underestimated her own merits, hiding her real talents and achievements behind a mask of modesty. The girl carefully asked if the hostess wanted to meet one of the guys she knew, to which she received a polite and quick refusal. Albert could not resist, and filled with curiosity, he could not help but ask if the lady would really have a date with that mysterious handsome man with white hair that shines like moonlight. Thinking back to the handsome image of her dream guy, Kirill wasn't sure if this could be considered a date. The mysterious charm left her wondering what exactly to expect from this meeting. When asked how Albert knew about such a fascinating aristocratic fiancé, the man only turned away with a mysterious smile on his lips and replied that it was a secret that he could not reveal. Slowly, the carriage made its way to the large mansion, overcoming the bumpy road and swaying on the uneven surfaces. Every bend in the road, every collision with stones, was accompanied by a slight grinding of the wheels and shaking. If she had been in the commander's place, the lady would have gotten married long ago. But this meant that Kirill had finally found someone who could truly win a woman's heart and influence her life. The workers stared in surprise at the guest who was already waiting for the transport to arrive. Their faces expressed a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, since his presence in such a place and in such a situation looked unexpected and intriguing. There stood Idvin, outside, dressed in an elegant coat and classic suit. His relaxed posture and confident appearance stood out against the surroundings, attracting attention and emphasizing his status and refined taste. The wizard pointed to the letter in his hands, which had no sender listed, and then walked over to Kiriel to see if she had accidentally sent this message, his face expressing a mixture of curiosity and wariness. While the subordinates were discussing them behind their backs, the lady turned to the wizard and asked him why he had come, if he was not sure that she was the sender of the paper. The woman's voice was full of bewilderment and slight irritation. Idvin responded with confidence that even if the situation developed in this way, he was still determined to achieve his goal, for his determination and desire knew no bounds. The lady noticed how the guest's eyes changed color for a moment, albeit for a very short time. An unexpected and mysterious shimmer in his bright gaze attracted attention and left a slight feeling of mystery. The knights watched in embarrassment as Idvin, with true gentlemanliness, extended his hand to Kiriel so that the beauty could gracefully descend from the carriage, an act of nobility and politeness that stood out against their own awkwardness. The people's hands came together, their fingers intertwined in a tender and symbolic gesture, expressing mutual trust and a deep connection between them. Taking her hand from her companion's large palms, Kiriel said softly that it was not worth holding. The woman's words were full of slight awkwardness, but her gaze showed grateful recognition for the attention shown. With a wide smile, Idvin noted that apparently the aristocrat's father was completely right when he called her extremely shy and sweet. The lady's imagination immediately conjured up the image of her father, who tremblingly sang odes to his beloved and tiny daughter, surrounding her with endless attention and great care. The girl, with a graceful bow and a sincere smile, said goodbye to the guest, assuring him that they would certainly see each other again in the near future, when everything would be settled and there would be an opportunity for a new meeting. Turning away, the knight walked away with a determined and confident look, heading into the unknown and leaving behind only a light trail in the dust. A sharp snap of fingers cut through the silence, and from that sound, a mesmerizing magic flowed out, illuminating the surrounding space with blinding sparks. Above Kiriel's head, emitting a mystical glow, and shimmering golden sparks slowly began to float around it, creating a mesmerizing sight. Like a devoted dog, the aristocrat was not going to retreat from the beautiful lady, relentlessly following her, ready to fulfill any of her requests and provide any support. Taking the girl by the hand, the man carefully and with deep respect touched her fingers with his lips, giving her an exquisite and tremulous kiss that was full of grace and sensuality. Wanting to enjoy Kiriel's company a little longer, Idvin, while time was stopped, cast one last look at her full of warmth and tenderness before plunging back into his business. Slowly and carefully, he removed his fingers from the lady's hand, not wanting to interrupt the intimate moment they shared. The dark-haired boy was dozing on the table, his head tilted and his hair disheveled, giving the impression of complete fatigue and deep sleep. The subordinate suddenly jumped up in his place when he saw the stern gaze of the lady, who stood with her arms folded on her chest. The frowning expression on her face made it clear that she was dissatisfied with what was happening. The guy hesitated awkwardly, not knowing how to justify his sleep, while his face turned red with embarrassment, and he began to search for words to explain his inappropriate behavior. Ferdinand winced in pain and embarrassment when the lady grabbed him by the ear and sternly asked who dared to fall asleep at work. The frightened worker asked the lady not to call him by his full name, almost crying with shame. The man remembered one of the key points that dictated how exactly a knight of swans should behave, not allowing anything to interfere with his work and remaining at the height of his duties. Kiriel, sitting at the table, ordered her subordinate to be grateful that the strict demands did not lead to his forced punishment on the training ground, and expressed her displeasure if he did not demonstrate diligence. After this, the lady's attention was drawn to a glass containing a strange purple liquid, which, due to its sinister hue and mysterious shine, resembled poison, causing her a feeling of deep anxiety. Ferdinand explained that he had used the flowers that the lady had asked to be used for their intended purpose, and had prepared a delicious drink from them that he believed would bring pleasure. With a smile on her lips, Kirill couldn't help but agree that the groom was truly the perfect candidate, meeting all her expectations and even exceeding them. However, despite all attempts to convince her of the safety of the drink, the girl resolutely refused to drink the strange tea, which with its ominous purple color and suspicious aroma caused her deep concern. As a reward, the aristocrat presented the guard with a paper bag carefully tied with a string, which contained a gift symbolizing gratitude and respect. With joy on his face, Ferdinand began to enjoy the food offered to him, taking each piece with satisfaction and visible pleasure, which he did not hide. The document that the noblewoman read was completely ordinary and boring, did not contain anything remarkable, and was not distinguished by originality in comparison with the usual words of the subordinate. Raising his finger up covered in crumbs from the sandwich he had eaten, the man added with a smile that he had even recorded how cutely the rabbit was jumping near the control panel. Kirill, her mouth open in surprise, listened attentively to the words of the worker, who mentioned that the weather was extremely hot, and her eyes expressed complete bewilderment. Previously, the fruits on the vendors' shelves were always fresh and appetizing, but now they began to rot, and their appearance was clearly spoiled, which significantly reduced their attractiveness and quality. Fires often broke out, which people tried to extinguish using barrels of water, but unfortunately, their efforts were often insufficient to cope with the raging fire. The aristocrat recalled that during the battles, the heads of the orders also noted how hot it was, so that sweat literally poured from their foreheads, adding another difficulty to the already difficult conditions. The lady then noted that something completely strange and unusual was happening in the capital. A protracted investigation that caused great concern and discussion among the townspeople. The knight wondered if the change in the weather could be related to the appearance of the strange man who had recently arrived in the capital. This unexpected arrival had raised many questions and suspicions in her mind. Ferdinand flinched in surprise when the noblewoman ordered the investigation to cease. He was amazed and intrigued, not understanding why she was so impressed by this man. Almost crying from embarrassment, the boy agreed that Idvin was indeed handsome, with broad shoulders and blonde hair, admitting that his appearance made a deep impression. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, the lady declared that she herself had no intention of seeking to uncover the whole truth about the mysterious magician, preferring to leave the matter alone and not delve into its secrets. Ferdinand, covering his forehead with his hand in embarrassment, said that if his father had given the order, he would have had no choice and would have carried it out without hesitation. Getting up from her seat, the aristocrat noted that it was already 6 o'clock and it was time for her to leave. The beauty added that, as for her father, she herself would talk to him seriously, discussing all the important issues. Suddenly, a strong male grip appeared on the woman's hand, full of determination and strength. The unexpected and impressive hand that grabbed her immediately attracted attention. Carefully, Ferdinand wrapped the lady's wounded leg, which the girl had injured during the battle, having fallen unsuccessfully. Every movement was filled with attention and tenderness, striving to ease the pain and provide the necessary assistance. Kirill was surprised to notice that on her finger, where there had been no bandages before, there was now a fresh bandage, clearly indicating that someone had paid care and attention to her condition. A memory came to mind of the bishop opening an envelope from which the bandages suddenly fell out, leaving the lady completely bewildered by such an unexpected event. It didn't take a genius for the maiden to realize that it was the mysterious Idvin, the Lord of Time, who in his characteristic secrecy had sent the letter. As the sun slowly touched the horizon, bathing the city in golden light, a noblewoman in knightly armor walked majestically through the streets, the armor sparkling against the evening sky, attracting the attention of passers-by. With a smile on her lips, The aristocrat noticed Idvin in the distance, who was already waiting for her. He was as always impeccably handsome, with a charming charm and an unrivaled style that attracted admiring glances. Kiriel, looking at the future groom, could not resist asking, was he really not hot at all under the scorching sun, which mercilessly baked with its rays? The man was pleased by the lady's attention, but the heat had no effect on him, and he remained calm and confident, as if untouchable by the scorching sun. Obediently, and without hesitation, the boy followed Kiriel, clearly showing respect and willingness to carry out her instructions, despite possible difficulties or inconveniences. As they passed by the green-haired knight, he respectfully saluted his superior, his movements showing that the boy respected the status and position, emphasizing his loyalty and adherence to protocol. Idvin kindly said that if the other person was uncomfortable, they could change the form of communication to something less formal to create a more relaxed and comfortable atmosphere for the conversation. However, the maiden refused, stating that she had been wearing the uniform with the sword for about 10 years and that it had become like a second skin for her, symbolizing a deep connection with this image. Kiriel was surprised that her father had not mentioned to the potential candidate for her husband about his daughter's deep love for chivalry. This left the sweet lady puzzled. The Duchess then added that mages had studied magic for about 10 years, and therefore should be like knights in that their discipline and dedication should be just as strict. The mage noted that it was strange to call magical abilities work. Rather, it was an integral part of himself, a part of his essence and life, with which he was inextricably linked. The lady, turning away, stated that she had spent a lot of effort and strength to achieve this position, and now her achievements were the result of hard work and sacrifice. Placing his hand on his neck, Idvin noted that magic was not an innate part of his being and did not appear in his body from the start. Instead, the man had worked hard and trained to develop his abilities. This surprised the aristocrat, who believed that magic was an innate ability that people were born with. Standing next to his companion, the sorcerer offered her one place that he had in mind if the lovely girl did not want to go somewhere specific. Before our eyes appeared a picture of a chic restaurant with elegant tables and a stunning view from the window, which opened onto a picturesque cityscape, creating an atmosphere of luxury and comfort. Upon entering the expensive establishment, Kiriel immediately realized that it was a restaurant serving Southern cuisine, thanks to the distinctive decor and aromas that recalled the sunny and aromatic dishes of this region. Sitting down at the table, they began to read the menu and discovered that the aristocrat's father had told the groom about his daughter's preferences, but not a word was mentioned about her passion for chivalry, which left some perplexed and thoughtful. Soon, the waiter approached and respectfully asked if the gentlemen were ready to order, showing attention to their needs and ensuring pleasant service in this exquisite establishment. Smiling sweetly and holding a pen in his hand, the guy was ready to suggest and recommend dishes that they might like, emphasizing the establishment's special offers and taking into account their taste preferences. Casting a cold glance at the uninvited waiter, Idvin expressed his displeasure and misunderstanding of what was happening, demonstrating obvious irritation. All attention was focused on the lady when the employee pointed to the menu lying on the table and recommended trying the perch, emphasizing its freshness and taste. As a result, when the order was delivered, the girl quickly and with great appetite ate all the dishes, while being a little embarrassed by the fact that her immoderate hunger was so obvious and thus attracted the attention of those around her. Watching the pretty girl opposite Idvin expressed with sincere satisfaction his joy that she liked everything. He was glad to see that their visit to the establishment had been so pleasant and satisfactory. Unlike the lady's plates, which were empty and eaten, the man's plates remained full and untouched, indicating that the guy chose to watch her instead of enjoying his food. Kiriel sheepishly apologized When she accidentally directed a sunbeam into her companion's eyes, Idvin, with a smile on his lips, joked that perhaps his eyesight did not meet the lady's high standards, adding a touch of humor to the awkward situation. The nobleman wanted to be the only man in the eyes of the beauty, and after that, the gentleman asked if she liked the tea he sent as a gift. Kirill was surprised to hear that the aristocrat did not particularly like the passion flower syrup. She was taken aback by this confession, as she had expected a different opinion. Wanting to know the truth, the princess began to accuse the guy that Idvin knew too much about her. It was unclear from where and how, which caused her concern and suspicions about his intentions. The lady's fingers tightened on her fork as she considered that by revealing so many facts about her, the man was perhaps seeking to demonstrate his magical abilities, emphasizing his influence. The nobleman replied that the knights had all been very direct in trying to avoid the discussion, but his attempt was interrupted by the voice of the duchess, who insistently demanded to return to the heart of the matter and clarify the situation. The cutlery scraped, and the aristocrat, noticing how his interest in the lady he liked was only growing, decided to ask her one important question that could clarify their mutual feelings. The fork in the woman's hand vigorously pushed away the knife in the man's hand, demonstrating determination and a desire to interrupt and change the direction of their interaction. The man, turning to his companion, asked with slight irony why she had pushed away her ideal type, comparing it to how a knife was sent back by a fork. The blond man asked his friend lying on the sofa for help on an urgent matter in the capital city. Although they always acted proudly and independently, when help was needed, they did not hesitate to turn to the magicians. The man's friend was named Idvin, and the boy asked him with a smile why he didn't like knights. His question was full of curiosity and a little mockery. Turning to Wij, the boy with purple eyes and black hair, asked if he himself was wrong, expressing his confusion and desire to understand what could have caused doubts or mistakes. The friend, looking down and clearly feeling nostalgic, wanted to say goodbye to his friend before setting off on the road, realizing that this moment of farewell was important and carried special meaning. Sitting next to Higa, Idvin thoughtfully reflected on his destiny and the upcoming events, anticipating a meeting with the couple he was soon to see in the capital, and imagining how this meeting could affect the future. When a sorcerer's feelings for his partner became too strong and began to overwhelm his heart, the scales inevitably tipped, upsetting the delicate balance between magic and emotion. The light mage, Huig, loved his mate very much and guarded her with great care, showing constant attention and striving to protect their precious union from any adversity and life's difficulties that could separate them. The sorcerer loved his beloved so much that when she left the bowl of sand, symbolizing the soul spilled over, and the magician no longer wanted to live, because the absence of his beloved left an emptiness in his heart. Smiling brightly like the sun, Huigi asked, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, whether his interlocutor really liked him so much that he couldn't take his eyes off him. Idvin indignantly told his friend that such conversations were far from harmless jokes, but quite serious, and required due attention and understanding, because the consequences could be much more significant. The man sank down on the sofa, looking at his hand, and after his beloved left, he hid his longing and pain behind a mask of laughter, trying to dull the heart wound that even magic could not heal. Clutching the bridge of his nose, Idvin bitterly called his comrade a stupid idiot who had given his heart to the wrong man, reproaching him for allowing love to blind him and lead to such a painful outcome. Huij brushed these words aside, replying that his friend could not use his abilities 100% because true power is always connected with emotions, and he himself was blinded by his own feelings. The guy advised his interlocutor to find a partner who could help him manage his powers, emphasizing the importance of support and mutual understanding in relationships to achieve harmony and control over one's own abilities. Idvin hung his head sadly and declared that if love bound his body and restricted his freedom, then it was better to never have a partner than to suffer from shackles and feel captive. For Huij, this sounded too childish because he had seen with his own eyes how everyone looked at his friend with admiration. Time control was a great power, and he knew that such abilities deserved respect and not doubts and fears. Reaching his hand towards the sofa, the boy expressed hope that his friend would find happiness in the capital, believing that new opportunities and meetings would help him overcome his difficulties and find harmony in life. The wizard's face became surprised when he realized that the voice mage knew stories from the capital that were well known to him. With dark circles under his eyes and fatigue, Wiga turned to his partner and quickly shooed him away, explaining that he really wanted to rest, to recuperate and be ready for the challenges ahead. Smiling broadly, the man replied to his friend, saying that even if he had seen the future, he would still have fallen in love with the wonderful lady. Because true love and emotions do not depend on predictions, but are determined by sincere feelings. Walking alone down the hallway, Idvin reflected that he was not as sensitive and romantic as the other mage. His own emotions and approaches to love were different from those he observed in those around him. Closing his eyes, the man did not want to repeat the fate of his friend, realizing that each of them goes through their own trials and makes decisions that shape their life path. A white crow with bright red eyes flew into the room, its feathers shimmering in the light. The bird cawed loudly, attracting the attention of its owner, telling the good news. The baby was back. A beautiful girl with white hair and equally snow-white eyes looked up from her work and asked in surprise what exactly Idvin was doing in this place. Embarrassed, the man covered his eyes with his hand, realizing that he had arrived at a time when the lady was busy making love to another guy. The awkwardness only increased from the realization that he had violated an intimate moment. The handsome man began to put his shirt back on, complaining that apparently he and the witch were not destined to spend time together. His voice was full of regret, and his movements expressed disappointment. Edwin advised his fellow magician to go check on Huij, to which he with a heavy sigh stated that their dying comrade could no longer be helped, and that all efforts and attempts would not be able to change the current situation. The guy scowled angrily and shouted at his interlocutor to shut up and not say anything unnecessary. The man's voice was full of irritation and impatience, as he was unable to listen to empty words. The lady smiled with embarrassment, looking at her acquaintance. Her face was colored with a slight blush, and her eyes filled with a warm light, reflecting awkwardness and sincere joy from the meeting. When the maiden had dressed, she explained the reason why she had called him in particular. It turned out that she had found a match for the young sorcerer and wanted to discuss it with him, as she considered his opinion important for further steps. The mirror image showed a man whose facial features and posture were clearly visible, as if he was standing in front of her, despite the fact that he was actually somewhere far away. Idvin was not very pleased that his lover turned out to be a middle-aged man. He felt disappointed that instead of romance and excitement, he had to face a person who did not match his ideas about a partner. The girl laughed, saying that the man had spoken too rudely about the person who would soon become his close relative, even if not as a couple. It turned out that the lady was not as strong as her partner, but she was able to easily find matches for other wizards. Her ability to create harmonious unions and find suitable partners for magicians was impressive. Watching the coughing man in the mirror, Idvin admitted that he couldn't touch the guy, even if it meant giving up control of his powers. The frustrated magician muttered that they all received energy by merging in love with the couple, with their arms folded across their chest. The words were full of resentment, as he felt that this part of the magical practice violated personal boundaries and inner beliefs. Suddenly, a large number of requirements for the future groom appeared in the reflection. This list was carefully compiled and included many points concerning both personal qualities and professional achievements. The woman finally admitted that her goal was simply to tease her friend a little, to add a touch of playfulness and lightness to their conversation to lighten the atmosphere and dispel the accumulated tension. Idvin was amazed that the mature aristocrat continued to pray for the creation of the ideal man. Despite already having a spouse, the lady hastened to clarify, explaining that the nobleman was in fact looking for the ideal partner for his daughter. The Duke sat sadly, his head hanging, and with a deep sigh continued to read the items from the long list, dedicated to the girl he had raised and cared for many years. When asked who this maiden with high demands was, the sorceress merely shrugged her shoulders, her face remaining closed, to solving as if the riddle itself was part of her magic. As Idvin listened to the Duke's words, he suddenly realized that his beloved was the commander of a troop of swans, the owner of an extraordinary and noble status that he had not previously suspected. The beauty agreed that it seemed that the noblewoman was not only a swordswoman, but also a leader possessing considerable influence and responsibility, which gave her special significance and respect. After touching the magical revelation, it became known that her name was Kiriel. This girl had impressive swordsmanship abilities that were evident at a young age, attracting the attention and respect of those around her. The upset man recalled that swordsmen had previously fought against sorcerers, and that historical confrontation highlighted the difficulty of their current situation, calling into question the new heroine's ability to handle such challenges. The lady noted that the crystal spoke something completely different and expressed confidence that Idvin could become the ideal partner for his other half, embodying all the qualities that she values and seeks. The evil man ordered his girlfriend not to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, even though his previous words of regret about the fact that it would be unlikely to find a suitable match could still be heard from the stone. The wizard looked away when he heard the encouraging words about setting out on a journey to find his beloved, words filled with hope and determination that made him think about his own feelings and decisions. Looking down at the crystal, the sorcerer realized that Kiriel was the only one capable of stopping the pain and suffering of the young mage. The maiden possessed unique abilities that could change the course of events and bring long-awaited relief. Idvin began to worry that he would not be able to please his chosen one, since he considered himself not the best person. Anxiety about his own shortcomings and fear of possible rejection poisoned his thoughts. The maiden, turning away in disappointment and sighing, said that the descendants did not love the children because they were too absorbed in caring for the passion flower, and they lost the ability to appreciate simple joys. The lady hastened to cheer up the guy, remembering that the Holy War began 300 years ago because of the disappearance of Midnight, or rather, because of the magician himself, who possessed great power. Disappointed, Idvin shook his head and said that he could not see the last page, which described how the world of Passion Flower ended. He never knew how the story would end. With her arms folded across her chest, the beauty sternly ordered the guy not to hesitate and to go to the capital to begin searching for his partner. Her decisive tone and confidence were a clear signal that it was time to act and not miss the chance for success. With a slight smile, the sorceress reminded that as soon as the magician sees his mate, he will instantly feel that he can no longer imagine his life without this person, and her presence will become necessary and irreplaceable for him. A firm handshake, full of confidence and determination, expressed firm intent and respect, creating a sense that both people were ready for an important and meaningful collaboration. Idvin was happy that after a small touch, all the pain disappeared, as if the light touch brought unexpected relief and restored inner peace. Kiriel was now as necessary to the sorcerer as air. Without her presence, the sorcerer would feel empty and deprived of vital energy, since the beautiful girl played a key role in his life and affairs. The man changed his appearance just to be near her and become the ideal partner she always dreamed of. The sorcerer was ready to do anything to meet expectations and win the woman's heart. The magician gave the lady a kiss on the palm, sincerely asking her to give her heart in return. The reverent gesture filled the handsome man's life with meaning and made it complete giving him a feeling of completion and true happiness. However, Kirill continued to reject her future groom, despite all his efforts and feelings. Her reluctance to accept his proposal reflected the maiden's inner doubts and the need for time to sort out her own desires. Suddenly, the aristocrat noticed something strange that quickly flew straight through the window, attracting attention and causing deep wariness, as if foreshadowing unusual events. Grabbing the guest's clothes, the noblewoman pulled him closer to her, trying to save him from the impending danger and protect him from the unknown threat that was approaching with alarming speed. There was a deafening roar as the glass was shattered with a strong vibration, and the walls cracked under the force of the impact, creating the feeling that the entire structure was about to collapse. Not wanting to keep the boy captive any longer than necessary, Kirill decisively released him, freeing him from the unnecessary burden and allowing him to leave to regain his freedom and peace. Casting a worried glance at the guest, Kirill carefully inquired if he had been injured as a result of the incident, showing genuine concern for his well-being and checking if he had been harmed by the unexpected incident. After that, she explained that she could not leave such a vulnerable person like Idvin without protection, and that her heart did not allow her to abandon the guy to his fate, especially in such a difficult situation. The nobleman remarked with slight irony that he would have been happy if the lady had simply admitted that she was worried about him, instead of complicating the situation with such high-flown explanations. Suddenly, another bright flash appeared in the window, illuminating everything around and attracting the attention of everyone present to a new unexpected event. The swordswoman, trying to protect her companion from the impending danger, ordered him to bend down as low to the ground as possible in order to hide as much as possible from the threat and protect himself from a potential blow. Kirill herself, quickly reacting to the danger, swung her sword and deflected everything that flew at them with a powerful blow, thereby protecting herself and her companion from the imminent threat. This time, the lady successfully parried the blow, but she doubted that she would be able to repeat her brave deed if such a threat arose again. Doubts were caused by the fear that the next attacks might prove too difficult. Idvin, noticing the anxiety of his interlocutor, carefully asked if she was accidentally frightened by what had happened. The man's voice was full of concern and sincere interest in her condition. The lady answered briefly that she was not afraid for herself, but for the people she was protecting. A woman's care and concern were focused on their safety, not on her own fears. Suddenly, the boy's hand appeared next to Kirill's face, quickly extended to support and offer protection at a critical moment, adding a note of tension and surprise to the event. The surprised girl turned to her interlocutor, who in one movement used magic to help the aristocrat, instantly changing the course of events and demonstrating his magical power. It was pitch dark, and everything in the room was in complete disarray, as if a storm had passed through it, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. As Kirill approached the source of the light, she realized that Idvin had stopped time. Her understanding of what was happening changed dramatically, opening up new possibilities and opportunities for action. The sorcerer himself was impressed that the lady knew about magic, but still determined to deal with it herself, using the sword to demonstrate her strength and skill in solving the problem. Footsteps were heard, and Kirill, with a determined expression on her face, spoke of her oath to protect the capital with her blade. The noblewoman explained that it was her duty to stand guard over the city and fight for safety, no matter the threats. The enemy light was directed at the silver-haired guest, and the clot of energy sparkling with bright lights tried to locate the source of mana in order to find out its location and direct further attacks. Kirill, confused, began to ask what the sorcerer meant by these strange words, trying to decipher their meaning and understand what intentions or threats were hidden behind them. The wizard briefly replied that they did not have time for a detailed discussion at the moment and promised to explain everything more thoroughly later when circumstances allowed them to calmly sort out the situation. Finally, the nobleman explained to his interlocutor that now this light would strive to approach him closer and closer. The words expressed a deep metaphor about how the environment and the light begin to seek him. Approaching the majestic crow, which was even bigger than himself, the handsome man gallantly invited the lady to sit on his pet and leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Idvin, trying to dispel Kiriel's fears, gently encouraged her, explaining that the familiar had come here for a reason, but to save his master's beloved and protect her at any cost. The mighty bird, with incredible grace and strength, carried the precious man on its wide wings, smoothly and confidently, cutting through the endless expanses of the sky, protecting him in its flight. The townspeople gathered below, on the ground, chatted carefree, discussing their daily affairs and not paying attention to what was happening around them. Without a moment's hesitation, Kiriel decisively gave the order for the majestic crow to descend, and then gracefully and confidently jumped from the back of this powerful creature, carefully holding her sword in her hands. The girl, with a concentrated expression on her face and full of tension, raised her weapon high above her head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow with maximum determination and force. The maiden was sincerely glad that she remained alive after all the trials, and full of relief went to her future groom, who was sitting behind the wall of the building, with his eyes closed, as if waiting to meet her. Idvin was badly wounded and could barely breathe, but despite the unbearable pain, he greeted Kiriel with a warm smile, sincerely expressing his joy and relief at her presence, his eyes shining with gratitude despite his suffering. As the boy closed his eyes, the lady knelt down next to him, gently and anxiously, asking him to open his eyes and not to fall into unconsciousness, trying to keep him conscious and support him at this critical moment. The man was troubled by the wound on the woman's shoulder, from which blood was streaming, and his concern for her condition was evident in his whole demeanor. He could not take his eyes off the wound, and every gesture expressed deep concern. Surprised, Kiriel watched as she suddenly disappeared. After the sorcerer used his magic, the woman's eyes growing more and more astonished with each passing moment, until all traces of bleeding disappeared. The aristocrat indignantly scolded the stupid nobleman, who, despite what was happening, continued to smile, considering it necessary to take care of his own well-being and health first and foremost. Idvin, having shown heroism and fortitude, realized that while Kiriel was okay, he himself also felt better and more confident, and this knowledge gave him strength and determination in the current situation. The couple turned around in surprise when a loud crash was heard from behind them, causing them to become alert and take their attention away from the alarm and worry that was happening in front of them. Behind them, suddenly there were two men. One looked like Kiriel, and the other had long blonde hair. Both men looked at the young people in shock, their faces expressing deep surprise and incomprehension of what was happening. Caliano, overcome with stress, began to lose consciousness and quickly collapse, but was caught in time by another man who supported him and prevented him from falling, showing quick reaction and care. Touched and taking a deep breath, the aristocrat thought about how she had gotten to this situation and what decisions and events had led to the current situation. In his hand rested an antique watch which ticked inexorably each tick, reminding him of the inexorable passage of time and adding to the atmosphere of anxious anticipation. Colt, the fourth prince, possessed a true royal majesty and charm, and his smile, full of grace and confidence, only emphasized his unrivaled beauty, attracting the admiring glances of those around him. A napkin was handed over so that the companion could gently wipe the blood from the body, making every effort to take care of comfort and cleanliness despite the difficult situation. Kiriel, wiping her face with a napkin, expressed gratitude to the prince for his attention, and with curiosity and slight excitement in her voice, asked if he had come to her with the purpose of discussing something important or special. The boy, smiling, showed his white teeth and noted that since Caliano was a courtier, it was quite easy for them to escape from the palace, despite all the difficulties. As they sat in the carriage, they discussed where they were going to go and talked animatedly about the splendor of the Duke's garden, which was famous for its exquisite beauty and enchanting atmosphere. The aristocrat bowed her head, reminding the heir to the throne of the importance of following the rules of reporting, to the head emphasizing the importance of strictness and discipline in management and responsibility. Suddenly, the aristocrat's gaze turned to the sleeping groom of the Duchess, and Colt, noticing this, began to wonder who this man was and what significance he had for current events. Awkwardly embarrassed, the lady tried to explain that they had dined together at a restaurant, trying to contain her excitement and present the situation in the most ordinary and unremarkable light. The transport moved slowly, as if it were waiting every unevenness in the road, and every obstacle slowed the journey, adding to the feeling of a long and tiring journey. Colt looked at the handsome man next to him with interest, noticing that Kyriel had previously only met with Honoré and the young knights, which emphasized the special significance of this new acquaintance among her circle. Leaning back in his chair, the prince was pleasantly surprised that Kyriel finally had a boyfriend who perfectly matched the ideal ideas, which could certainly bring in some fresh notes. Blushing awkwardly, the noblewoman listened as they said of her that her character had special features that distinguished her from other ladies, and this caused her a feeling of embarrassment. The man smiled and explained that it was actually a compliment. Someone who is devoted to a non-existent idea will be even more devoted to a real city, and his devotion will be stronger and more sincere. The carriage stopped, and the maids hastened to come out to meet and see off the young gentlemen, their movements full of care and diligence, striving to ensure the most favorable greeting and farewell. The maids, with surprise and disbelief in their eyes, froze in place, not believing what their eyes were seeing, their faces expressing shock from the unexpected sight before them. Colt suggested cutting out the unnecessary ceremony and focusing on caring for the unconscious patient in the vehicle, emphasizing the importance of immediate attention to his condition. The prince himself at this time preferred to go and examine the garden, literally sparkling with delight and curiosity. His eyes sparkled with fascination with the beauty and well-groomed green corner. The man with short red hair, acting as the headman, strictly forbade the heir to the throne to walk alone, emphasizing the need to observe safety measures and caution in his surroundings. Casually explained to the servants that this was the well-protected mansion of the head of the Platinum Knights, thus emphasizing its safety and reliability as a place to live and rest. Suddenly, a stranger intervened in the guy's conversation, interrupting their conversation with his unexpected words and expressive behavior, drawing attention to himself and abruptly changing the direction of their discussion. It was Kyriel carrying the wounded nobleman. Despite the heavy burden, she moved with determination and full focus, her face expressing determination and courage. Colt agreed to help the maiden, promising to first quickly go into the garden to admire the flowers, and then return and provide the necessary support, expressing his readiness for action. But if you think about it, you can notice that at the moment of the arrival of the other aristocrats, the prince did not look surprised, but on the contrary, was rather calm and unperturbed. Most likely, the heir was somehow connected to the tragedy that had occurred, and to this mysterious man, who was unconscious, which further complicated the situation and inspired doubt. Kyriel froze next to the sleeping nobleman when she heard that the capital was no longer a safe place, and this news brought anxiety and uncertainty to her heart. One of the refined ladies, radiating grace and confidence, modestly folded her hands in front of her and, with warmth in her voice, called out to the princess, who was incredibly strong and powerful. Kyriel, with determination and a stern look, ordered her assistant to immediately go for a doctor to provide the necessary medical care, as well as to prepare a free and comfortable room for the arrival of an important guest. Idvin lay quietly on his pillow, suffering from the painful symptoms that tormented him, and despite his efforts to fight his discomfort, his face betrayed an expression of calm. The worried lady anxiously approached her mistress with a question about what had happened to her and why there was a wound on her fragile shoulder, expressing sincere concern for her health and well-being. The doctor, examining the wounded aristocrat, explained that the wound was large and that it was rare for anyone to survive such an injury. He added that the aristocrat was a powerful sorcerer and his power could play a role in the healing process. Kiriel remembered the words that the mage didn't care about his own condition. The main priority was the lady, and the man would still try to do everything possible to ensure her safety and well-being. For the girl, this act seemed extremely romantic, like a true manifestation of deep feelings and endless devotion, which touched her heart even more. While the interlocutor praised the future groom of the Duchess, emphasizing all his virtues and merits, the aristocrat only shook her head negatively, not sharing the delight and remaining with her opinion about the shortcomings of the groom. Suddenly, the lady noticed something strange. The guy's hair turned black for a while, which attracted attention and caused alarm, as it seemed like an inexplicable and unusual phenomenon. The girl politely explained to the lady that everything was perfectly fine with Caliano, and therefore advised her that the young noblewoman also take the time to rest. Kiriel herself thought with apprehension about how she would have to go to her father in dirty clothes, because he was so sensitive to any manifestations of untidiness that he could faint again and lose consciousness, as had happened before. Having taken off her heavy uniform and remaining in just a t-shirt, the girl, feeling the accumulated fatigue, slowly rubbed her eyes, which were burning from tears and the long tension that had accumulated throughout the day. Deciding to take a bath, she suddenly remembered that the castle was no longer a safe place, and this disturbing thought made her stop for a moment, because the prince and the servants already knew about it. The upset lady wondered why she had not been told such important news, since the protection of the capital was her immediate responsibility, and such information was of paramount importance to her. Looking up at the ceiling, Kiriel wondered why she was so important to this mysterious handsome man, and what exactly about her caught his attention, leaving him puzzled. The swordswoman was afraid that her father would be very upset because he so sincerely wanted his youngest daughter to marry for love, and her happiness was more important to him than anything else in the world. Later, she came to the realization that the sorcerer had intentionally stopped time in order to specially seal the wound of his beloved with a bandage, thus showing his care and affection. Idvin was lying in bed when the doctor reported with relief that the wound was not as serious as feared, but internal organs were still affected, requiring further treatment and observation. The woman said that the doctor was obliged to immediately notify the princess that the young man had regained consciousness, since this important event required immediate attention and presence. The healer realized that it was already late and that he should leave the room immediately so as not to disturb the patient's peace and not to interfere with the calm recovery that was so important for a complete recovery. Time passed inexorably, and the clock hanging on the wall, with its measured ticking, reminded of each fleeting moment, emphasizing the inevitable passage of time. As the clock struck midnight, the ring with a filigree stone inside began to emit a mysterious glow, filling the space around with a soft and enigmatic light. The man's hair was half white and half black, creating a mesmerizing contrast that seemed to divide the space into two opposing yet inseparable parts. The magician opened his eyes, awakening from a long sleep. Unusual eyes, both violet and green, sparkled with an unusual light, reflecting the secrets and depth of the magical world. The sorcerer rose from his seat and, leaning on his palms, settled himself comfortably. He had slept for a long time, and now, having awakened the male body and mind, required time to again enter into harmony with the surrounding world. Smiling, Idvin realized how right the voice mage was when he said that it was impossible to return to the old life after meeting the couple. At that moment, he realized that everything had changed forever. The cloaked figure stood at the window and uttered the word "Ernest," trying to attract the attention of the acquaintance, whose voice and sensitivity were needed for the next step in their secret business. The person then noted how difficult it must have been for the other person, recognizing that his task could have been extremely difficult and required considerable effort and endurance. Ernest confidently stated that this whole situation had happened solely because the gentleman had instructed the dance magician to take care of the patient, entrusting him with an important task. An old sack lay leisurely on the floor, while nearby in the air a bird fluttered gracefully, filling the space with an atmosphere of lightness and freedom. The bag nearly fell over when it was announced that the 11 o'clock sleeping place was cleared, and that the 3 o'clock leaf and the 7 o'clock ashes were to be prepared and arranged accordingly. After this, the guy continued explaining that a new person had been appointed to the place that had occupied the silver 2 hours, and his interlocutor could very well ask for the time to be accelerated so that all the procedures would go faster. The man in the cloak, with obvious displeasure, noted that the companion was too intrusive and that they could not afford to ask the passion flower for such trifles. The figure listened silently to the complaints of the youth, who considered the death of the sorcerer unjust, especially after his lover had abandoned him. Huiga suffered greatly. Reaching out to the bird, Ernest was shocked to learn that Huija's body temperature had begun to drop rapidly, causing serious concern and requiring immediate intervention. Suddenly, the little bird, as if performing a magical transformation, turned into a majestic tiger, which was a powerful and formidable predator, radiating strength and power. On this day, the animal showed extraordinary stubbornness, constantly walking around the large bag, as if guarding it and not wanting to move away from it for a minute. Frowning, Ernest declared that 10 hours was enough to free up time, and admitted that he had been unable to express his feelings to beings who did not have such precious free time. Reaching out his hands to the other mage, the boy reminded him that he had no other choice, and that he acted in accordance with the circumstances that had arisen. Coldly speaking, the man stated that he was Anchor, and that Ernest had to make Huige dance every day, otherwise Idvin would see his friend dance for him. The young man was deeply upset by the words of the gentleman, who stated that he himself had proven unworthy and incapable of handling even simple tasks. As he passed by the man, in a decisive and insistent tone, ordered the young man not to leave the place, emphasizing the importance of his presence and the need to remain here until further instructions. Ernest sighed sadly and turned to the strong tiger, admitting that he had no other choice and that the circumstances had forced him to do just that. Crying, the boy loudly declared that they could not allow Huig to suffer and that a way had to be found to ease his friend's suffering, so that he could be free from pain and fear. The large clock on the tower, with its majestic and deep chime, solemnly struck midnight, filling the silence of the night with a melodic ringing that reminded of the arrival of a new day and evoked a feeling of the inevitability of change. The white boots stood directly in front of the broken enemies, which were brooms made of straw and wood, collapsed under the blows, and over time lost their original shape. Kiriel closed her eyes and couldn't understand why her head hurt so much after training. Many thoughts were spinning around inside her. Each pulsating blow seemed unbearable, and confusion reigned in the lady's head, preventing her from concentrating on the causes of the torment. The captain was approached by a loyal assistant, who gently asked how she was feeling and whether she needed any help or support to ease her condition and improve her well-being. It was the same lady who had taught young Kiriel fencing. She had a stylish bob haircut, dark eyes, and a welcoming smile that radiated confidence and warmth. Taking the remains of the enemy made of straw, the girl contemptuously called the scarecrow pathetic, not hiding her disappointment and disgust at this helpless structure. The embarrassed aristocrat explained that she had finished the workout by throwing out all her negative emotions. The lady admitted that the classes helped her cope with internal tension and free herself from accumulated stress. With a smile trembling with mockery, the woman asked what else Kiriel was resisting, besides marriage, clearly enjoying the moment and wanting to find out what other challenges the young knight could present. With a heavy sigh, the noblewoman admitted that many events had happened in recent days, each of which had left its mark and significantly changed their lives. The former tutor was clearly not particularly surprised that the Duchess had once again found herself in an unpleasant situation. It seemed to her an expected outcome given past events and the maiden's character. Kyrielle listened in surprise, as it was announced that the squad leader had given the order to pick her up. The news came as a complete surprise to her and raised many questions about what had led to such a decision. Turning her gaze towards the vast palace, the noblewoman explained that this was the order of King Platina, the emperor, emphasizing the importance and inevitability of this decision, which was dictated by higher orders. The lady's conversation was suddenly interrupted by Idvin, who, having fully recovered, came downstairs in his new elegant clothes to visit his future bride and spend some time with her. The swordswoman greeted the boy joyfully and expressed her satisfaction at his recovery. She remarked that she had just planned to visit him after her visit to the Duchess and was happy that she could now do so. Kyrielle thought that Idvin certainly didn't look ill, despite being unconscious yesterday. The sorcerer's current state of health seemed a complete contrast to what had happened just the day before. Suddenly, the magician turned to his beloved and with a warm smile said that the morning was wonderful and it was time to finally greet each other, expressing their feelings and joy from the meeting. He asked the aristocrat not to look at him as a ghost, hinting that his condition and appearance could cause concern, but he had already fully recovered and was ready to return to normal life. The boy's hand was stained a bright red, reminiscent of blood, indicating that the sorcerer had just encountered something serious or painful. Noticing his companion's concern, Idvin asked with genuine interest if she was okay and if there was anything he could help with or that was troubling her. Unable to tear her eyes away, Kyrielle replied that she felt fine and asked with genuine interest about her interlocutor's condition, wanting to make sure that he was also okay. They shook hands, symbolizing the restoration of mutual understanding and trust, after which they exchanged warm glances, expressing recognition and support for each other. Idvin confirmed his earlier words, adding that while the lady remained alive and well, he himself felt much better and was in perfect order, which added to his confidence and peace of mind. In complete shock, the aristocrat felt strong male arms that unexpectedly embraced her, and this unexpected display of warmth and support caused a whole flurry of emotions in her. The princess's former mentor coughed nearby, turning to the captain with a slight smile and reminding him that the moment had come to set off to continue their important journey. Worried, Kyrielle ordered the lady to go ahead, assuring her that she herself would be a little late, but would definitely catch up with her later to complete all the necessary preparations. The man invited his beloved to hold hands, noticing that the Duchess was watching them. He hoped that this gesture would emphasize their closeness and show respect for those present. The embarrassed lady declined the hand, which was highly inappropriate in this situation, thereby violating the expected norms of politeness and respect. Finally, all the participants headed towards the palace, following the established route and preparing for the upcoming important events that awaited them in this majestic and significant place. The mentor watched the couple thoughtfully, realizing that the princess was lying when she claimed that there was nothing meaningful between them. The woman understood that real feelings and relationships were hidden behind the facade of words. This is most likely why Kyrielle worked silently, without complaining about anything or revealing her feelings. Her inner tension and emotions were hidden from prying eyes, which allowed her to focus on her work and keep her worries to herself. All the princess's former mentor wanted was to help her mistress by providing support and care so that she could cope with all the difficulties and challenges that life presented her with. A tired man sat on his bed, completely immersed in his thoughts, trying to recover from a stressful and difficult day. The relaxing silence around him contributed to deep rest. Her father's grown-up daughter came to him, and this obvious manifestation of her care and love undoubtedly pleased the old man. Her visit brought an atmosphere of warmth and joy into the house, refreshing memories and filling the father's heart with happiness and pride. Idvin stood next to her, while the princess inquired about the nobleman's well-being. She watched closely, ready to provide support and assistance if needed. Bowing low, the swordswoman asked her father for forgiveness, with sincere regret for not being able to visit him immediately after her return. Smiling, the man hurried to reassure his child, assuring him that he was simply very tired and that everything was fine. He tried to create an atmosphere of comfort and safety so that the little girl would not worry or be concerned about his condition. Kiriel was surprised at how quickly her father had bonded with the sorcerer. They had established a trusting relationship so quickly that they had already switched to using first names in communication. The worried aristocrat asked about the magician's well-being, expressing her concern and wanting to make sure that he was okay and not experiencing any health or well-being issues. The boy said he felt great after Kiriel rescued him and provided first aid, expressing gratitude for her promptness and professionalism, which helped him recover quickly. The aristocrat, folding his arms across his chest, was pleasantly surprised that his daughter still retained her charm and slight embarrassment, despite all the trials and tribulations she had to face. Idvin, however, knew the truth. In fact, the noblewoman was not embarrassed, but simply distanced herself from her fiancé. He realized that such behavior was due to an internal conflict and unwillingness to be close. The ring glittered on the finger, sparkling with bright lights and attracting the eyes with its exquisite shine. The gemstone reflected the light, creating dazzling splashes that emphasized the beauty and value. Looking at his watch, the magician realized that he had spent all his energy on recovery and realized that there were still 4 hours of free time left. The maiden announced loudly that she and her father had been invited to the palace. Her words were full of excitement and anticipation, as this visit promised to be an important and significant event for both of them. Idvin happily remarked that he would be incredibly happy to be alone with his beloved lady, to enjoy their time together in a calm environment and deepen their connection, which was growing stronger every day. Kiriel found herself alone, with the boy in the carriage, clearly looking uncomfortable and embarrassed since her father was unable to travel with them due to health issues. The situation was awkward, and the internal tension was obvious. Idvin, as if reading his companion's thoughts, noticed that she was clearly trying to close the subject as quickly as possible. He sensed the awkwardness and desire to change the conversation and tried to ease the tension. With a gentle smile, the aristocrat noted that this was close to a conclusion based on personal experience, emphasizing that such conclusions are often formed on the basis of practical knowledge and life situations. The lady angrily suggested that her companion try to guess her thoughts, again hinting that previous attempts had not lived up to expectations, and that she would like him to try to better understand her inner experiences. A tense silence fell between the couple, filling the space between them, creating a sense of awkwardness and uncertainty in their communication. The man suggested that the madam might have been wondering why Idvin had been able to recover so quickly from his fainting spell in such a short period of time, and was trying to understand what could have contributed to such a rapid recovery. Kiriel herself understood that yesterday's explosion was carefully staged, realizing that this incident was not accidental, but had hidden motives and intentions. The sorcerer read the aristocrat like an open book, picking up on her obvious disdain and discontent towards him. His ability to perceive hidden feelings allowed him to understand that she disliked his presence. Idvin understood that the lady wanted to find out what had happened to the bird, familiar where the flashes had come from, and who the enemy was trying to understand what was happening and the true nature of the threat. The rude maiden noted that her companion was mistaken, emphasizing that his assumptions or actions were incorrect and did not correspond to reality. Kiriel explained that it was not that she suspected the mage as a potential enemy, but the kind of questions he asked, which were too insightful and persistent. Looking away, Idvin chose not to change the topic of conversation, giving Kiriel the opportunity to calmly and unhurriedly discuss his feelings and thoughts. The carriage moved slowly along the road, and inside it, an important conversation was taking place. It was discussed that the knight had to protect the aristocrat in every possible way since he was an honored guest of the duke and deserved the highest respect. After this, the girl, having carefully thought everything over, emphasized that her opinion of the magician remained unchanged. She still found him extremely suspicious and alarming, which only strengthened her doubts and concerns. The awkward lady confessed that despite her efforts to conceal it, she had been deeply concerned about her fiancé's future when he was wounded, as her anxiety for his fate had completely taken hold of her. Soon, the transport stopped near the majestic imperial palace, and the crew members, showing respect and reverence, went out into the courtyard to perform their duties and prepare for the ceremonial welcome. The stern guard, with an unbending expression on his face and a stern look, told the guests that he was obliged to conduct a thorough check of their documents and personal belongings before allowing them to enter the palace. The boys began to argue heatedly, and Idvin, not holding back his emotions, shouted at the guard that they had been invited by the emperor himself, and therefore it was extremely important to hurry, so as not to delay important events and not to disrupt the routine. Suddenly, the guard grabbed the magician by the arm, and without letting go, said that he needed to check whether they posed any threat before allowing them further passage. Idvin gritted his teeth in pain, his face contorted in fear and anger as he tried to hide his pain and maintain an outward calm in the current situation. The swordswoman stood up to the sorcerer, sternly telling the guard that he must immediately stop his inappropriate behavior and show due respect. She rudely stated that yesterday this great magician helped one of the squads and made a significant contribution, so now he should be respected and not humiliated. Idvin was genuinely pleased and grateful for the lady's help, emphasizing that he found himself completely unarmed and in a vulnerable position, and only thanks to her quick reaction and decisive actions did he avoid serious consequences. The aristocrat firmly stated that if the magician was in such a state that he could not even take off the ring, then they should go back so that the guy could recover and put himself in order before continuing on his way. Eventually, the precious ring was removed and handed over for further inspection and security to eliminate any possible threats and ensure that it would not cause further problems. After completing the check, the guard decided to lead the arrivals inside the palace, making sure that all formalities were observed and to ensure their safe and unhindered passage to the designated place. Intrigued, the magician asked curiously why the emperor himself wanted to see him, seeking to understand the reason for such an important call and to learn what role he would play in the upcoming events. The noblewoman noted that Idvin himself planned to sort out all the details soon, since Kirill was already aware of the king's unusual character and understood that information about the reasons for the summons could be very interesting and complex. In the past, the swordswoman spent time picking tomatoes in the garden with another lady, and their interactions during this time were filled with friendly conversation and mutual respect. The noblewoman, watching with surprise as the knight picked the less beautiful and better fruits, could not understand the reason for such a choice. However, after an explanation, she directed the lady to the gentleman with an understanding nod. Ferdinand was also shocked when he saw a basket of tomatoes carelessly placed on the table. The bright fruits displayed in such a sloppy manner clearly violated the idea of order and presentability. Then the man, still surprised by what he had seen, asked the commander if she had really been promoted, given such an unexpected and unusual approach. After this, Kiriel was indeed promoted in rank, although she herself did not consider herself deserving of such a promotion, remaining modest in her achievements. The guard turned to answer the young lady's question, demonstrating his willingness to provide the necessary information and show due respect for her interests. Upon learning that the emperor was at a tea party at the orphanage, the noblewoman ordered the man to immediately report their arrival to the servants, to ensure a proper welcome and respectful treatment of the visitors. The girl caught the magician's attention, noticing that he looked extremely worried, and expressed her concern about his condition, trying to understand what could have caused such anxiety. Kiriel, noticing the mage's concern, said that since the king had invited him to the palace, it meant that he was already aware of all the circumstances, and perhaps had his own reasons for such a decision. She asked the groom to stop being nervous, emphasizing that such behavior was unnecessary and stupid, especially considering that everything was already under control, and their worries would not help resolve the situation. Soon, a man appeared from behind the door, and with a welcoming gesture of his hand, paid tribute to the princess, demonstrating his willingness to help and express his respect. Idvin awkwardly asked the lady if she had heard any rumors or strange stories going around that were causing concern, trying to sort out the situation and understand what was really going on. Kiriel froze in place, wondering if the sorcerer was talking about himself when he spoke of his worries and strange stories, or if there was something more significant hidden behind his words. Upon entering the ceremonial hall, the young men dressed in elegant attire greeted the emperor with deep respect and reverence, placing their hands on their hearts in a symbolic gesture of recognition of his highest status. There stood Father Kiriel, and on the throne next to him sat the ruler, who, interrupting the formalities, proposed to get down to business in order to focus on the main issues and discussions. Modestly, Idvin addressed the emperor, declaring that he was entirely at his disposal and ready to serve him in whatever might be required with complete devotion and respect. It turned out that the ruler had called them to discuss what had happened the day before, to find out all the details, and to understand the strange magical phenomena that were causing concern. The man on the throne already knew that Idvin had been extremely ill and wounded the day before. Fortunately, the knight and other subjects had cured the mage, providing assistance in his time of need. Kiriel replied to the king that unfortunately losses could not be avoided, but that day she did her best remembering the teachings and trying to apply her knowledge as much as possible. There were rumors that by joining forces and showing incredible courage, the pair of young people were able not only to save themselves, but also to stop the impending danger, preventing a catastrophe, and saving the lives of many. The light they began to fight against appeared about a month ago and began to spread rapidly, threatening everything in its path and eclipsing even the brightest hopes. This light could also be seen from the imperial palace, where it pierced through the garden, twisting between the trees, and like a luminous ghost, covered the entire landscape, leaving no corner untouched. The first to notice it was the minister, who, frightened, exclaimed in horror because the light was rapidly engulfing everything around, threatening even the most protected corners of the palace. The knights tried to resist the ancient magic, but their efforts were futile and useless, as the ancient force continued to inexorably destroy everything in its path. Idvin finally realized the reason for his stay here, because as a sorcerer, he could unravel the mystery of the ancient magic that seemed to appear out of nowhere. After this, the aristocrat warned that it would not be possible to destroy the light, but only to investigate its nature and temporarily close the distorted time. Thus, Idvin arrived with the swordswoman. The man intended to trap the light, and Kiriel was to destroy the enemy, to eliminate the threat and restore peace. The aristocrat could not refuse the emperor, since she was his faithful servant and subject obliged to obey his orders and carry out any instructions. Such devotion made the ruler smile. He believed that if the noblewoman joined forces with the strange sorcerer, their combined efforts would be able to effectively deal with the threat and restore order. However, the emperor believed that in order to be fair, the young people should be married, and was even prepared to pay for champagne at the engagement party to support this union and strengthen the trust between them. Shocked and confused, Kiriel froze in place, not knowing how to adequately respond to such an unexpected and unexpectedly difficult offer, which put the girl in front of a difficult and unexpected dilemma. The ruler hastened to explain that he had heard of an outstanding and ideal type of knight commander who possessed all the necessary qualities for marrying the duke's daughter. The man said that it would be foolish to miss such a unique chance, which provided the opportunity to strengthen his position and take advantage of all the benefits of the proposed alliance. Kyrielle, gathering all her determination, thanked the emperor in a quiet but noticeably nervous voice, trying to hide her emotions behind polite words, despite the unexpectedness of the situation, which put her in a difficult position. After this, the ruler, not wanting to detain his guests any longer, decided to give them time to prepare, realizing that important matters lay ahead of them that required complete concentration and calm. Before leaving the hall, the lady and the aristocrat bowed deeply and respectfully, expressing their sincere respect and gratitude to the ruler for the honor bestowed upon them. The lady thought to herself that duty was still duty, and it had to be fulfilled. But could the man really not have any more words to express his feelings or intentions? The noblewoman was deeply impressed by the cold indifference of the sorcerer, who confidently walked ahead of her, as if neither the gravity of the situation nor the presence of another person affected him. Suddenly, the girl stopped abruptly, hearing someone call her by name. The sound of this voice unexpectedly cut through the silence, making her freeze in place and feel her heart beat faster, anticipating something important. Placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder, the Duke gently but seriously warned her that the minister had been summoned by the king's youngest son, and that this meeting could have important and unpredictable consequences. The man, the second in command of the Swan Knights, was in complete shock upon learning that the head of the order was already getting married. This news shocked him, as he did not expect such a turn of events, and was astonished. The noblewoman standing nearby confirmed her earlier words about the wedding ceremony, adding that the information was reliable, and the ceremony was indeed scheduled for the near future. Awkwardly, and a little embarrassedly, the guy asked for forgiveness from the lady, trying to express his sincere remorse and correct the situation, despite the awkwardness of his behavior. Smiling tensely, the worker asked how long the commander was letting the bard go, trying to hide his concern and interest, despite the obvious awkwardness of the situation. Kyrielle replied that the bard would only take a day or two off, which should be enough time to recover and prepare for further tasks. The deputy, with regret and some disappointment, stated that unfortunately, he would not be able to attend his friend's wedding, as his duties and pressing matters would not allow him to be there on that important day. The noblewoman sat tiredly at the table, carefully sorting through papers. Each sheet was full of important information, and her tired eyes continued to quickly scan the text, despite the accumulated fatigue and desire to rest. Covering her face with her hand wearily, the lady realized that the amount of work here exceeded all her expectations and seemed endless, encompassing every part of her day and making her feel overwhelmed. Suddenly, another knight entered the office, heading towards his leader with an important and urgent message. The sudden appearance broke the silence, attracted the lady's attention, and added a new element to an already busy day. Covering her face with her hand, the girl began to cry. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, reflecting the depth of her inner despair and the full weight of accumulated emotions and difficulties experienced. Kyrielle strictly ordered her subordinate to choose one of two things: either cry or laugh, but not to allow herself to show duality in emotions so as not to create unnecessary confusion and maintain clarity in their interaction. The swordswoman shyly but sincerely congratulated the commander on his wedding. Her words were filled with warmth and good wishes, despite her own embarrassment. The paper indicated permission to conduct a special mission, which allowed the necessary actions to be carried out within the framework of the given task, while emphasizing the special importance and status. The woman was irritated that Kyrielle had only been given permission to conduct a special mission now, while the unscrupulous officials had had access to such privileges from the very beginning, which seemed unfair. But the emperor knew the reason why the aristocrat did not receive permission immediately. It was all about her status as an unmarried woman, which was the reason for the delay, despite her merits and the needs of the mission. Thoughtfully, as if not noticing it, the hand began to unconsciously swing the pen from side to side, reflecting internal anxiety and a state of confusion. The men rejected the request without consideration or explanation, causing disappointment and dissatisfaction among everyone involved. The noblewoman began to quickly nod her head from side to side, trying not to delve deeply into the topic, and demonstrating the appearance of agreement in order to avoid further discussion and unnecessary questions. Sitting at the table and immersed in work concerns, the woman was most interested in the question of where Ferdinand was. This question worried her, overshadowing other current tasks and affairs. Surprised, the worker muttered that the commander must have been too engrossed in her work, since she had not noticed that she had missed important points and overlooked some key details. After this, the lady explained that Ferdinand had changed his work shift to another, and therefore his presence was temporarily absent, which could be the cause of misunderstanding. With a smile, the knight explained that she had tried to find out the reason for the guy's behavior, but all her attempts had been in vain, and she was never able to get a satisfactory answer. Kyriel stood up from her seat and ordered her subordinate to immediately write a letter to the famous lord. The recipient of the letter was to be the Knight Veterinary Association, emphasizing the importance of the appeal and its relevance to current affairs. The lady immediately realized that it was necessary to inform the Knight Veterinary Association of the aristocrat's engagement, and quickly collecting her thoughts, began to write down all the necessary details in a letter. The noblewoman began to dictate the text of the letter, in which she indicated that all invited guests must be present at the event, but uninvited guests brought gifts and wreaths would be thrown aside. Kyriel's friend suggested a softer and more beautiful version of the text, which invited everyone to the engagement of two lovers, emphasizing the joy and significance of this event in order to create an atmosphere of warmth and welcome for all guests. The aristocrats would be a beautiful couple in elegant white dresses, decorated with flowers and lace, creating a flawless image that would attract the attention and admiration of everyone present. The Virgin considered such words too pompous, but despite this, agreed to the proposal, realizing that such a design could add solemnity and sophistication to the event. Sitting together, they discussed what could be corrected in the text and what edits could be made to improve the design of the invitation and make it more suitable for the upcoming celebration. The hand prepared to write on the paper that the place of the event was the beautiful and charming palace of the Duke, and the date and time was the same day at 8 o'clock in the evening. The surprised subordinate froze when she learned that the event would take place today. Time was running out, and she realized that it was necessary to urgently complete all preparations. Kyriel jumped back from her seat in surprise when her friend stood up abruptly and declared that they needed to start organizing the event immediately. The urgency of the situation now urgently demanded a quick response. The brother priest will also be present at the engagement, unable to miss such an important and significant event, which is certainly an important milestone in the life of the family. The judge, known for her tireless vigilance towards the law, and the lady with the book, who has always been her faithful companion in official matters, will also be present at the event. Realizing how much work there was to do in one day, the lady wearily lowered her head onto her folded hands in front of her, trying to gather her thoughts and strength for the tasks ahead. She then asked a provocative question about why Kyriel had not discussed the details of the celebration with her fiancé, hinting at a possible oversight in planning or organizational inconsistency. Looking away, the aristocrat replied that their marriage was fictitious, and therefore she did not discuss the details of the celebration with the groom, since she did not really want to marry him. As if remembering something important, the subordinate jumped up from her seat. To this, the lady, with slight irritation, declared that no gift was needed, emphasizing that all attention should be focused on preparing for the event. With a smile, the lady went to send the letters, deciding to leave the swordswoman alone so that she could focus on her tasks and not be distracted by additional concerns. The lady slammed the door loudly and left, leaving the beauty alone in the room so that she could continue her work in complete silence and concentration. This allowed her to immerse herself in the tasks without being distracted by extraneous noises and disturbances. On the commander's desk, among other objects and documents, lay the magician's ring, abandoned and forgotten, a reminder of past events and hidden secrets. Taking the jewel in her hands, the noblewoman thought that she should return this thing to its true owner, so as not to leave memories of the past that could disturb the order and cause unnecessary unrest. Holding the jewelry in her fingers, Kiriel began to practice her engagement vows, carefully pronouncing the words and tuning into the importance of the upcoming event in order to pronounce them flawlessly at the right moment. The palace stood proudly against the sky, which was painted in shades of pink and purple, creating a mesmerizing and majestic landscape that emphasized the incredible beauty. The servants moved tirelessly throughout the mansion, carefully and meticulously, searching for the necessary items, and at the same time, tidying up every corner to create ideal conditions for the upcoming event. Kiriel's relatives were full of joy and excitement, actively helping the servants in the preparations, putting their energy and enthusiasm into every detail to make the event truly unforgettable. Suddenly, the priest stopped listening to what was happening around him and realizing that in reality, he was just an incompetent bishop who was unable to cope with what was happening. On the distant horizon stood a man with deep scars and bright red hair who was known as a pagan. This was Uriel's husband, whose name was Count Killian. The man approaching the boy firmly denied that he was a pagan. He explained that he actually simply believed in the forces of nature and sought freedom from traditional religious dogma. The cake was carefully placed on the table, ready to become the centerpiece of the celebration and delight guests with its exquisite appearance and appetizing aroma. The priest became curious as to why Count Killian had left Uriel and asked about it, to which the count replied that he had many pressing matters and important tasks that required his attention. In addition, the aristocrat was also fascinated by unraveling the mystery of the bride's groom. He was deeply interested in who this man was and what qualities and characteristics distinguished him as a future spouse. While adjusting the decoration on the cake, the priest stated that Kiriel was his sister, as was Uriel, thus revealing the family ties that bind these people. The count asked where the bride was, to which Ezekiel replied that she continued to work even during her own wedding, remaining faithful to her duties despite the important event. The maids, busy with their duties, moved quickly around the spacious hall, carefully placing trays with various treats to ensure the comfort and satisfaction of all the guests of the event. The scarred nobleman asked slightly rudely how Kiriel managed to meet the magician and bring the relationship to marriage, since previously there had never been the best of relationships between knights and sorcerers. Idvin was a mysterious figure who aroused everyone's interest because he might have had evil intentions hidden behind the mask of mystery. Listening to doubts about the love between the couple, the priest placed his hand on the count's shoulder and ordered him to dispel all suspicions, emphasizing that Kiriel had made her own choice and it should be respected. After that, the guy leaned over the cake, carefully removing excess cream from places where it shouldn't be, in order to bring the decoration to a perfect state. The irritated aristocrat told the boy to stop touching the cake, explaining that there was a superstition that if the cake fell apart, the newlyweds' lives would go awry. The priest, who did not believe in these superstitions, was astonished when suddenly a piece of cake fell, as if confirming his worst fears and giving the events an unexpected and ominous tone. Slightly upset, Ezekiel began to pick up the fallen cake again, trying to return the sweet to its original state, despite the obvious traces of the accident. The count got tired of standing next to the inept boy and resolutely walked away, preferring to leave the situation that did not arouse any interest in him. The nobleman turned his attention to another man, and, showing genuine curiosity, asked what time exactly the knights had completed their work and left their place of service, hoping to receive detailed information. Since the cake was badly damaged and could not be restored, it was decided to order a new one to avoid further troubles and keep the celebration at the proper level. The Count, folding his arms across his chest, went out into the fresh air to breathe and calm down a little, enjoying the silence and spaciousness of the space surrounding him. There, he was politely met by Curiel, who showed care and courtesy, which instantly brightened his mood and filled the moment with an atmosphere of warmth and goodwill. Sincere attention and kindness made the meeting especially pleasant. During the conversation between them, the beautiful lady, with a note of curiosity in her voice, inquired whether the man who was supposed to take her away had arrived. The man reminded that the noblewoman herself had ordered not to bring gifts, and in connection with this, he decided to take Curiel to make sure that she would safely reach her destination. The noblewoman placed her hand in his and, with sincere respect, said that she would be honored if he would conduct her, emphasizing her recognition and gratitude for his attention. The man stated that hardly anyone would dare to become an escort for such a respected noblewoman, hinting at her high status and strength of personality, which creates certain barriers and requirements for those who seek to be near her. The Count, as if unaware of how stern and frightening he looked from the outside, asked with slight bewilderment what was wrong with his face, as if he sincerely did not understand why it evoked such ambiguous feelings in those around him. The aristocrat did not object at all to the fact that the man decided to accompany the lady instead of her own fiancé, finding this a manifestation of nobility. The nobleman noted that she should already begin calling the sorcerer her husband, thereby emphasizing the importance and inevitability of their future marriage, as well as demonstrating respect for established traditions and expectations. Curiel didn't understand why she should call the mage her husband, since he himself addressed her as a lady and not as a wife. They were not close enough to move on to another stage of the relationship. As the couple approached the carriage, the young man, with impeccable manners and a slight smile, invited his companion to enter first, thereby demonstrating his respect. When the lady opened the door, getting ready to enter the carriage, she suddenly heard a question about whether she had decided to get married too hastily, which made her think for a moment. The girl just shrugged, answering that everything happened by itself, and then asked a counter question. When the man married Uriel, did they talk a lot, and did they really get to know each other? With a smile, the aristocrat stated that they had discussed and signed a marriage contract, emphasizing that this was the main aspect of their preparation for life together. The noblewoman stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining her reflection, trying to appreciate how each element of her outfit and hairstyle emphasized her elegance and grace. It was strange to see the princess choose the uniform of a knight when there were many elegant dresses in the large closet that could emphasize status and sophistication. Curiel recalled that her mother also got married, and then immediately after went into battle, emphasizing that her own choices and actions were part of a long family tradition. While combing her hair and looking at her reflection in the mirror, the girl in formal clothes said that the maid took care of her mother, providing her with the necessary support and attention. On his uniform, neatly pinned to the fabric, hung an award in the form of an exquisite heart. This award symbolized outstanding service and loyalty. The maids were discussing the strange wizard behind the door, who was rumored to be able to grow wings or a tail. The rumors aroused in them a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Receiving help in the form of a hairstyle, Curiel mockingly noted that it would be foolish to attribute such fantastic abilities to an ordinary person, emphasizing that such rumors seemed to be nothing more than fiction. The aristocrat, before holding the engagement, wanted to see the groom, which pleased the caring servants, who had to carefully ensure that no one came and disrupted their meeting. Smiling, the noblewoman confidently said that when the time was right, she would come out herself. There was calmness and determination in her voice, emphasizing the confidence that the beauty was in control of the situation. Walking along the dark corridor, the lady could not find a single living soul. Her footsteps were cut off in the darkness, creating a strange and disturbing feeling of complete loneliness. She knocked politely on the door and asked permission to enter, respecting the private territory and trying not to violate the boundaries of personal space. In response to the loud knock, there was complete silence, which seemed to emphasize that there was not a soul behind the door, and everything around was immersed in a deep and ominous silence. However, the maiden did not lose hope and decided to head to the window to knock there too, hoping that her efforts would bring results and she would find someone who would respond to her request. And so it happened. Idvin quietly asked if his lady love had come to him, with an expression of deep expectation and trembling hope in his voice. The air around was filled with this exciting moment. After some time, the man came out of his chambers in snow-white clothes, shining with freshness, with sincere delight on his face. The man was sincerely glad that Kirill had finally returned. The noble woman noted that since the groom did not answer her knock at the door, she assumed that he might have been changing his clothes or was busy with something important, which could explain his absence and inattention to the visit. Walking behind the lovely lady in just his shirt, Idvin smiled and remarked that it would be quite normal if the bride saw him in a slightly compromising state before the engagement. This caused the maiden to have doubts and a persistent desire to understand the situation. She sought to find out exactly what the aristocrat looked like and whether he was wearing any clothes in order to dispel all her worries. With his arms folded across his chest and a look of confidence, the guy suggested that she turn around and check it out herself to satisfy her curiosity and resolve all doubts once and for all. Kirill hastened to explain that she had come here to return his precious thing, a ring that was too important to be left unattended. This gesture made the nobleman laugh. The proposal of marriage did not look particularly impressive and was more like an unsuccessful joke than a serious request. However, after this, Idvin added that even such an awkward proposal would be quite enough for him if it came from his beloved lady, emphasizing that her feelings and sincerity are more important than formalities and traditions. Looking out of the window, he began to inquire whether the bride was ready for the ceremony, to which the maiden could not but agree, noting that the weather was indeed magnificent and contributed to a pleasant mood. The aristocrat noticed how the groom managed to untangle all the servants, which could become a significant difficulty in the future, especially when the magician moved into her mansion and the work of servants would be required. With a smile on his lips, the guy asked with a slight hint of humor whether the guest was worried about his health, as if expecting to hear something more than just a formal confirmation. Standing awkwardly near the window of the house, Kirill replied that without him, many people could be left without work, adding a note of seriousness to the conversation, as if hinting at the influence of the magician on the lives of those around him. Kirill, in turn, showed concern for the people she hired, taking responsibility for each one, not allowing discrimination or favoritism, treating each member of the team fairly and with respect. Taking the sword in her hands, the maiden calmly explained that she had always treated everyone equally without singling out anyone or making exceptions, adhering to the principles of justice and equal treatment of everyone around her. Solemnly handing over the weapon to the man, Kirill stated with seriousness in her voice that from now on she would pay more attention to him as her life partner, putting him first in everything and ready to share any difficulties and joys with him. Thus, the lady proposed to her chosen one, expressing her feelings and readiness to devote herself to their union, emphasizing the importance of a joint path and mutual support in their future. Embarrassed, Idvin looked away, realizing that it was usually the men who proposed. This unexpected role brought a change to his thoughts, making him think about how unusual and unfamiliar their relationship was. The girl thought differently, believing that it was the wizard who had to leave his home country and move to another place because of the strict rules that imposed someone else's fate on him and forced him to adapt to new conditions. With flushed cheeks, Idvin hesitantly asked if he should take his oath in return. Feeling agitated by this unexpected turn of events, Kiriel didn't want to put pressure on the man, so she gently extended her hand to him, saying with warmth in her voice that he was free to do as he wished, giving him complete freedom of choice in this sensitive and significant moment. The ring on her finger sparkled, and magic began to flow around as the mage used his powers to find out what his beloved had been up to today and to find out the details of their day. Memories came back like frames from an old film where the earl with the bright red hair politely asked the lady if she had undergone a shocking change due to the events unfolding around them. Silently, Idvin took in the information that Kiriel seemed to have no intention of participating in the wedding ceremony, which gave the event an air of inevitable loss. At this moment, the guy felt especially sorry that he did not have the gift of reading minds, because it could have helped him to more deeply understand the hidden motives and true feelings of the lady. The man promised to protect the empire, to which the beauty noted that the organization of the ceremony should have already been completed, and they should hurry to have time to return to the mansion. Idvin said that it seemed he should hurry up and put on the uniform of a foreign country, which was quite difficult to put on, so as not to be late for the important event. Kiriel turned away and headed in the other direction, clearly demonstrating that she had no intention of helping the boy put on the complicated uniform, leaving him completely alone with this difficult task. Standing in front of the mirror, the man carefully examined his white robe, which looked especially beautiful and elegant, emphasizing his refined taste and style. Unsure of how to properly tie the complex blue ribbon, the man turned to the familiar sitting next to him for help, relying on his experience and support to help him get through it. The bird, with a smooth and majestic flap of its wings, landed on its owner's shoulder, as if it were its usual and comfortable place, giving the whole scene a special harmony. While the pet was providing assistance, Idvin blushed, remembering the promise of his beloved, and deciding to reciprocate it, which caused mixed feelings of shame and determination in him. After completing the preparations, the wizard heard the words of the raven, who croaked that the owner should try to live up to Kiriel's expectations, so that his appearance and behavior would match her requirements. Smiling, the magician called his friend, the 3 o'clock scoundrel, who finally decided to speak up, drawing attention to his presence and making the moment more lively. When the bird noticed how energetic and happy its owner was, Idvin ordered the pet to be quiet and not waste its magical energy on trifles, saving it for more important matters. The handsome man felt awkward at his own words because he had used magic to change his appearance for the sake of his beloved, and the realization of this seemed a little awkward to him because it was the truth. The magician intended to use the plant as a spy, which was quite difficult since they were far from their home country in the north, and the conditions were not conducive to the effective implementation of the cunning plan. The wind gently wandered along the street, wrapping itself in its cool gusts, playfully stirring the leaves and filling the atmosphere with a light rustle, which added a special liveliness and harmony to the surrounding landscape. As a reward, the plant asked for seeds from its metropolitan brethren and elements of aquatic flora to replenish its reserves and improve its condition in the new conditions. Idvin received wedding congratulations directed his way, as he was the first of the mages to marry a knight, and this event caused particular admiration and recognition among his entourage. Leaning back, the guy noticed that the plant had been eavesdropping tirelessly all this time, clearly interested in the events happening around it. The green leaves seemed to agree, whispering that the sorcerer should acquire some rosemary to supplement his magical ingredients and improve the effectiveness of his spells. Irritably, Idvin retorted that he was neither a flower nor beautiful, emphasizing that such discussions had no bearing on his real merits and goals, which he considered more important and significant. Outraged by these words, the plant shook its leaves, as if its displeasure was expressed in the form of a trembling movement, since the man dared to doubt the merits of the flora mages. With a heavy sigh, the flower admitted that he had been generous today, and therefore decided to give the sorcerer in white the rosemary completely free of charge, thus showing his generosity and recognition. The plant appeared right under the mage's window, sprouting from the soil with unexpected speed, as if it had materialized from the earth itself to serve the owner's needs. With a smile, Idvin agreed to accept the gift, as it was presented fully aware, and acknowledging not only the generosity, but also the symbolic meaning of the gesture, which emphasized the respect and mutual understanding between them. After this, the magician turned to the raven, hinting at the need for its help, as if expecting the bird to understand the silent request and provide support in the current situation. Obediently, the raven plucked a sprig of rosemary, demonstrating its willingness to help and fulfill the magician's request. The act was an act of complete devotion and desire to serve, despite the invisible but strong connection between them. Now Idvin was fully prepared to meet his bride, excited and anticipating how wonderful and exciting their long-awaited new life together would begin. Quietly, and with a slight trepidation, Kiriel stood at the door. Her gaze was directed to the horizon, awaiting the appearance of a companion who was to become the aristocrat's guide into a new unknown chapter of their shared destiny. The maiden herself could not get rid of the obsessive thoughts about the emperor's words, which did not leave her alone, constantly returning to her consciousness and leaving a deep mark on her soul. Then, in the distant past, the king summoned the knight to discuss an important and highly secret matter that required their joint attention and wise advice. With a smile, the overlord explained that depending on how Kiriel used magic, the future of the entire country could change dramatically, opening up a whole range of possible outcomes to them. Idvin, with a raven perched on his shoulder, listened to the congratulations on his engagement, trying to maintain his calm and dignity at this important moment. The lady was pleased that the man had finally finished dressing and tidying himself up, saving her from a long wait and allowing her to get down to business. Together they walked down the corridor, confidently, striding towards new events, their steps echoing off the walls, as if heralding an important and significant undertaking. The sorcerer, showing a keen interest, began to question the lady about what was supposed to happen today, since she had not revealed the details of the upcoming events. The lady explained that they would first be married by a priest, and then the registrar would issue an official marriage license. In the capital, weddings usually took place quickly and without unnecessary delays. Idvin hastened to reassure his interlocutor, assuring her that he did not object to God's grace and was ready to do without passion, flowers, and complicated ceremonies. After this, the magician added that their majesties were always near them and that they did not worship either the storm or the fire or the sea, remaining true to their own traditions and beliefs. Kiriel came to the conclusion that this was why the wizard always wore his ring with a precious stone, which was probably a symbol of his loyalty and magical power. The man quickly changed the subject awkwardly, placing his hand on her neck and smiling, saying that his beloved's curiosity made him happy. Her interest in him gave special meaning to their relationship. The ring was embedded with a magnificent amethyst stone, which had the amazing ability to help in the management of mana and enhance the magical powers of the owner, giving him additional power. The sorcerer wore orange topaz for 10 years as a young man, with disheveled hair that emphasized his unusual and mysterious appearance. The sorceress, who had possessed the transparent crystal for 8 hours, resembled it herself, thanks to her white hair and eyes, which gave her an almost ethereal and mysterious charm. Kiriel quickly came to the conclusion that the owner's appearance perfectly matched the stone. His appearance and mannerisms reflected the unique properties and aura of the gemstone with which he was associated. Ben firmly and confidently rejected the comparison, stating that he was nothing like amethyst, and expressed his displeasure at the unfounded comparison. The maiden returned to the topic of the wedding, explaining that after the ceremony they would have a banquet, and then they could return to their chambers and rest from the excitement of the holiday, enjoying a well-deserved rest in solitude. The wizard froze in shock, at the words that after everything they would go home, not believing in the possibility of such a quick end to the holiday. He felt embarrassed at the prospect of being alone with Kirill, and at that moment, a raven carrying a branch of rosemary began to peck at him viciously, as if sensing hidden tension and discontent. The sorcerer hastened to explain to his pet that his words had no hidden meanings and that he had spoken sincerely and directly, without any intricate hints or secret meanings. The noble woman repeated her earlier words, noting that she did not believe in the sincerity of the powerful sorcerer's intentions and doubted whether he really wanted this engagement. Therefore, she asked him not to force her to do anything without sincere consent and inner desire, so that the actions were directed from a pure heart and not under duress. With a smile, Kirill stated that as a knight, she would be able to resolve all issues according to the laws of their country and deal with any difficulties that might arise. They approached the common room, where other aristocrats had already gathered, ready to take part in the upcoming event, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation and haughty discussion. The lady herself knew that she had to hide her true advantages by not trusting the magician and pretending that she was making significant efforts to maintain their relationship in order to create the illusion of her devotion and hard work. Idvin, however, understood that he could not reveal his true intentions, which were related to the desire to work with Kirill and gain her love, so he had to hide his real feelings and motives. With a cheerful expression on his face, the man suggested that they should enter together, thus creating a sense of unity and cohesion, before entering the hall where others were already waiting for them. Holding hands, they walked in, causing a slight noise and attracting the attention of those present, as if their union was a special event that brought an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. When the groom asked what time it was, the lady sighed, realizing that she should have arrived earlier. She was already imagining how angry Uriel would be because of their lateness and the upcoming displeasure. And indeed, a beautiful lady in an exquisite blue dress stood nearby, holding herself with dignity and grace, her fan like a weapon against everything around her. The irritated Uriel could not help but notice the newlyweds' lateness. Her displeasure and indignation were obvious, and the woman could not hide her disappointment at their disrespect for the important event. Idvin and the bride took their seats at the table, immersing themselves in the atmosphere of a gala dinner where every element from the table setting to the conversations emphasized the significance of this special moment. Their hands clutched the book, tightly ready to begin reading, waiting for the moment when they could delve into the content and get down to business. It was Brother Kirill, a priest, who was about to perform an important ceremony that would mark the beginning of a new stage in their spiritual life. The room was furnished with elegant tables, at which aristocrats were comfortably seated, talking among themselves and attentively following what was happening. The noble woman watched her husband closely, realizing that there was not a single one of his acquaintances among the guests present, which caused her anxiety and doubt. Noticing the bride's close attention, Idvin suggested that they hold hands to demonstrate closeness and understanding at this important moment. Behind them, the nobles whispered, discussing how the commander could not take her eyes off her husband. This caused them to make many puzzled comments and smirks that sought to reveal hidden secrets and motivations, adding to the intrigue. The bishop asked to carefully examine all the amulets that were on him to ensure their meaning and correct placement. After this, he finally began the ceremony, trying to make it as short and concise as possible, so as not to delay the guests and maintain the festive mood of the event. Uriel gave a displeased look, filled with hidden irritation and disappointment, which revealed her inner dissatisfaction with what was happening and emphasized her great disgust with the situation. Noticing the irritated look, the bishop hastened to reassure the lady, assuring her that all rules would be strictly observed to dispel her anxiety and ensure order. The groom could not help but notice how meticulous and thorough the priest was in preparing and conducting the ceremony, carefully monitoring every detail and nuance. The man expressed his best wishes with sincere good wishes, hoping that happiness would accompany the couple and that their hearts would never regret the choice they had made. The fathers and their beloved ones watched the fate of their daughter with trepidation, experiencing every moment of her important and solemn event. The lovers' hands were intertwined in a tender and symbolic gesture that represented their deep connection and mutual affection, creating an indescribable feeling of unity and closeness between them. The priest gave the newlyweds his blessing, filling their hearts with a special spiritual light and warmth that would accompany them throughout their life together. Uriel expressed her wishes, filling the words with sincere feelings and hope for a happy future for the newlyweds, leaving them with a feeling of warmth and support. The men burst into tears, their tears filled with deep concern and pride for their daughter's fate. They were worried about her future, but also felt proud of how the little girl was boldly entering a new chapter of her life. At this point, the ceremony came to an end, and the newlyweds had to chat with the guests, exchange congratulations, and thank everyone for their presence and support. Suddenly, a strange hand grabbed Kiriel's hand, breaking the moment of intimacy and drawing the attention of everyone around to the unexpected intervention. It was Celia, a sweet lady with a gentle look, hair braided into neat braids, and light eyes that radiated kindness and charm, attracting attention with her gentle and refined appearance. The girl, with a gentle and confident gesture, led her childhood friend, creating an atmosphere of trust and sincerity, into which both plunged with joy and warmth. They stopped in the corridor, remaining alone in silence without extra ears, and allowed themselves to enjoy the moment when only their voices broke the calm, creating a feeling of privacy and intimacy. With a feeling of longing and slight envy, she asked Kiriel where she could find such a magnificent, handsome man whose charm and grace could conquer hearts and eclipse any idea of perfection. Grabbing her friend's hands and unable to calm down, the lady, not hiding her excitement, tried to interrogate the knight, demanding explanations and details, admiring the fact that such an attractive man was also a magician. She wondered if his magic could be impressive enough to pull a rabbit out of a hat, adding a touch of magic. With a tired sigh, Kiriel explained that such a trick was simply a trick, not real magic, and that true magic consisted of much more complex and profound arts. The noble woman was absolutely delighted because for the first time in her life, she had managed to meet a sorcerer, and this meeting filled her heart with incredible excitement and trepidation. The swordswoman removed her hands and, with a slight sigh, explained that now was not the time for introductions. She promised to introduce them later, when the circumstances were more appropriate and convenient for it. Celia said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that they should catch up as soon as possible, fill in the gaps in their lives, and share the latest events and experiences. Kiriel would have been glad to talk to her childhood friend, but at the moment her help was needed by the sorcerer, who was constantly pestered by other nobles with endless questions and demands for clarification. One of the girls curiously asked the magician to take a rose out of his sleeve, hoping to see a manifestation of his magical skill and enjoy a small miracle. Kiriel intervened in the conversation, gently reminding the aristocrat of the need to maintain decorum and not be rude, while maintaining respect for her interlocutors. Noticing the presence of the commander, the lady approached her with curiosity and asked about current affairs, hoping to learn the latest news and events. Kiriel replied that everything was fine, although she had previously warned her friends not to come to the engagement, hinting at possible complications and undesirable consequences. To this, the subordinates responded with a smile that they simply could not miss such an important event, despite the warnings given, and decided to come to support her. Without much expectation, with a slight weariness in her voice, Kiriel asked if they really had brought gifts, realizing that it was difficult to get seriousness from her joking subordinates. And indeed, the friends brought a variety of things that they thought would please both the bride and her father, trying to please both and show their attention. The lady accepted the bottle with a slight smile, realizing that it was a gift for the Duke. Despite her inner doubts, she did not dare to refuse the polite gesture of her friends and accepted it with gratitude, maintaining politeness and respect for their attention. The subordinates rejoiced, watching how harmoniously and beautifully the couple in love looked, sincerely enjoying the moment and believing that their union would be strong and happy. Idvin gratefully accepted the flattering words, adding with a smile that the knights apparently took their example from their commander, and this explained their noble behavior. Kiriel couldn't help but notice the difference in her husband's behavior, who now seemed more confident and relaxed, which was clearly due to his new responsibilities and the support of those around him. And only Uriel, standing behind, looked dissatisfied. Her gloomy expression and detached gaze clearly revealed disappointment and dissatisfaction with what was happening, unlike the others who were immersed in a joyful atmosphere. The aristocrat, her mouth open in surprise, tried to figure out how she had managed to displease her sister, sincerely not understanding what had caused such discontent and tension in their relationship. Suddenly, the older woman grabbed the disobedient relative by the ear, who had made her wait, expressing her irritation in such a way that everyone around froze in anticipation of how events would develop. Idvin watched in surprise as his wife was reprimanded, not expecting to see such a public display of severity and tension in the family relationship. The Count decided to intervene, introducing himself to the sorcerer as Uriel's husband. Thus he distracted the magician from the current conversation and sought to take the initiative in order to direct the conversation in the right direction and strengthen his position. The wizard introduced himself in response, trying to make a good impression on his wife's relatives and show himself in the best light, hoping to establish friendly relations. The aristocrat, smiling happily, suggested that the magician step aside and talk in private, trying to resolve the misunderstanding that had arisen and discuss important issues without unnecessary witnesses. Taking a look at Kiriel, who was talking to another woman, the guy wondered if it was really possible to marry his bride to such an evil woman, and he felt doubt about the correctness of his choice. Sitting down at the table, the Count offered his interlocutor alcohol and asked if he tolerated the drink well, since it was especially strong, in order to ensure the comfort and health of the nobleman. Idvin hastened to reassure the man, assuring him that he tolerated drink as well as any other ordinary person, and that there was no reason to worry about the strength of the drink. The Count explained that everyone in the Kiriel family loved to drink, except for the Duke, and so the drinks they offered were of high quality, which emphasized their tradition and attention to detail. The red liquid flowed into the glass, shimmering and sparkling, with every movement, creating an atmosphere of luxury and sophistication, as if heralding the beginning of an amazing and exciting evening, full of pleasant surprises and unforgettable impressions. Laughing, the man said he had known the Duke's family for 10 years, which allowed him to appreciate the subtleties and peculiarities of their traditions, including their preferences in drinks. Idvin, sitting at the table with another man, realized that the Count had previously discussed with Kiriel the issue of a marriage of convenience, which explained some of the nuances of their communication and attitude to what was happening. Therefore, after thinking the sorcerer told his interlocutor that he apparently knew a lot about his bride, hinting that information about her was available and important to him. Laughing, the aristocrat said that the sister of his lovely wife was also his sister, hinting at the close family ties and common roots that connected them. The Count suggested that they drop the formalities, since Idvin was now also part of their extended family, and they could communicate more casually and friendly. Having received in response what the man would think, he stated that the magicians were not such important figures, and they should behave more simply, hinting at the need for a more modest and relaxed behavior. The two noble women discussed the sorcerer, suggesting that he could very well have a magical fairy in his hands, or that he could fly, adding an element of mystery and magic to his image. The wizard responded coldly and said that if he really had such powers, he would immediately punish the rude count, showing his displeasure and pointing out his unfair treatment. The aristocrat agreed with his interlocutor's words, hinting that there was a bias in society that determined how he was treated and how his abilities were assessed. Raising his head, the sorcerer said that the count had apparently tried to help him, despite his initial displeasure, and expressed gratitude for trying to sort out the situation. The nobleman looked away, admitting that he acted in this way for the sake of his wife's family, and the duke, emphasizing that his motives were connected with duty and respect for his loved ones. He was worried about Curiel, who was arguing with her sister, noting that the girl was still very young, constantly worried about others, and did not think about herself at all, which made him worry for her well-being. And now, the care of the aristocrat fell on the shoulders of the magician who had to take responsibility for her well-being and protection. Curiel was clearly different from the others. She did not wear a dress, preferring to hold a sword, and had a different character. Many wanted her to change and become more feminine, considering her unusual hobbies and behavior too unconventional. Holding the drink in his hands, the man realized that the knights of the wife's order treated him differently, expressing respect for the commander's choice and his status, which emphasized their loyalty and recognition of authority. Realizing that the count's delay was becoming inappropriate, Idvin decided to end the meeting to allow everyone to return to their business and not take up the precious time of such an important guest. Uriel suggested that her sister go out and talk in private to discuss the issues that had arisen in a more private setting and resolve them without unnecessary witnesses. Watching his beloved, the nobleman blushed, as if he had met his true love for the first time. This showed that their contract marriage also contained real feelings, despite the formality. Before letting his interlocutor go, the man stated that the sorcerer would make a good drinking companion, emphasizing his sympathy and suggesting that they could have a good time together, talking and drinking. Idvin would be better than the task guy, who stood to the side with dark hair and a serious face, showing his willingness to take responsibility and be more open in communication. If the magician's friend saw a strange man, she would say that he had black speeches, meaning that one should be careful with such people and keep one's distance. Suddenly, Curiel approached the commander of the Order of Storks, expressing obvious curiosity and interest in his presence, and with some caution, asked what he was doing there and what the reasons for the unexpected visit were. The surprised sorcerer was shocked to realize that his wife knew the mysterious stranger with the negative aura, and this discovery left him completely confused. Blushing, the commander did not want to be rude in the house of the duke's daughter, trying to maintain respect and not violate the norms of behavior accepted in this house. Idvin, realizing that his beloved had the situation under control, was finally able to calm down and relax, freeing himself from tension and anxiety. A silence fell between the men seated at the table, enveloping them in a moment of calm and anticipation, each lost in his own thoughts and reflections, creating an atmosphere of deep solitude. Suddenly, another knight with a scar on his face appeared, and turning to his subordinate, asked if this was the reason he decided to attend the ceremony, trying to understand someone else's motivation. Thinking that the boy had done something stupid, the knight demanded that he immediately apologize to the owner of the mansion, demanding respect and correction of the situation. Bowing politely, Curiel gently asked them not to worry, trying to calm everyone present and assure them that she had already resolved the issues that had arisen, and everything was under her control. After this, the guests' attention turned to the groom, who was sitting behind the bride, and words were said about the noblewoman's husband being a magician, which added an element of intrigue and mystery. When he asked her if she understood the significance of such a life partner, his words were full of sincerity, and the boy hoped that the knight would understand the full depth of feelings and intentions. Half seriously, the aristocrat said that she was deeply aware and accepted all the consequences of her choice, perfectly understanding its significance and influence on her life. The head of the order clarified that now the aristocrat is given full rights to participate in management, since this privilege was granted as part of the engagement, which opens up new horizons for participation in leadership affairs. At this moment, the aristocrat addressed her not as a commander, but as the daughter of a duke, showing respect and a warm attitude characteristic only of close and dear people. Kyriel listened in silence as he explained that there was a possibility of breaking off the engagement, and that it was imperative to preserve her bloodline by not getting involved with mages who could put it at risk. After this, the maiden's eyes filled with anger, and she said that this was a greater disrespect than that of a subordinate chief. Now it was necessary to make an apology for such a clear insult. The irritated nobleman waved his hand sharply and said with obvious displeasure that his intention was simply to warn the lady and not to offend the beauty in any way. Idvin, sitting in the audience, was a real threat, radiating an aura of danger and unpredictability that made those around him feel tense and wary. Before leaving, the head of the alien order expressed the hope that with time the lady would come to her senses and see the world not through rose-colored glasses, but in a real light that could reveal the true state of affairs. The princess firmly rejected any sign of doubt in the choice of the mage, emphasizing that this choice was made by the empress herself. To question the empress's decision would not only be inappropriate, but also an act of treason. She loudly declared that the man must trust the order that fought for their interests. At the same time, the maiden warned that this order, despite its loyalty, was also capable of rebellion. Unable to bear the anger of his interlocutor, the man apologized, realizing that his behavior had caused an inappropriate reaction and required immediate correction. He then added that he had no ill will towards Kyriel herself, emphasizing that his words and actions were aimed solely at correcting the situation and not at personal insult. After finishing the conversation, the leader turned and said goodbye to the duke's daughter, expressing his respect and gratitude to her for her understanding before leaving the room. A subordinate quickly walked behind him, relying on his care and anxiety, begging the commander not to leave and to wait for him, despite the chief's rapid step. At this time, the duke was seeing off his relative, who, exhausted by the long celebration and suffering from a severe headache, needed help and support. Kyriel clenched her fists in frustration, trying her best to contain her emotions, unable to allow malicious gossip and dirty rumors to spread about her family that could ruin their reputation and cause irreparable harm. At this time, questions about the magician's height, chest size, and other personal characteristics began to circulate around him, which caused a lot of inappropriate discussions and speculation. Kyriel's drunken subordinate, in a state of cheerful intoxication, shamelessly asked if Idvin could pull a hair out of a hat like magicians do in the circus. The frustrated wizard put his hand to his face, realizing that the people of this country had extremely negative and biased opinions about wizards. Leaning over her subordinate, the lady sternly asked why he had drunk so much, despite the fact that he could not stand strong alcohol, and expressed her dissatisfaction with his thoughtless behavior. Other aristocratic ladies were not in the best condition, absorbed in wild fun dancing and excessive consumption of alcohol, which clearly affected their appearance and behavior. Ferdinand sat down at the table, clearly dissatisfied, while the aristocrat asked where the hell her subordinate had been, clearly not believing his pathetic excuses. At first, the boy said that he was working on an important project, but soon his mood changed, and he expressed deep sadness to the count, who was sitting next to him. The knight's feelings spilled out. Blushing, he began to complain about the unfairness of fate, because he took care of the commander every day, and she ended up marrying a magician. Idvin had an impressive appearance. His long legs and muscular body gave him a special charm and confidence, standing out from others and attracting attention with his powerful and attractive appearance. When asked what his subordinate had been working on today, the guy quietly whispered that he was ready to demonstrate the results of his work in person, but only in a separate room to maintain confidentiality. The knight confessed to Kiriel that even though she hadn't asked him to do so, he had still done something for her out of his own feelings and good intentions. The aristocrat responded with restraint and a noticeable dose of irony, emphasizing that his actions put her in an extremely awkward position, creating additional inconveniences and worsening the already difficult and complicated relationship between them. Realizing that the situation needed to be corrected, the Count stood up and decisively placed his hands on his subordinate's shoulders to bring clarity and give the conversation the necessary severity. Open-mouthed in amazement, Ferdinand realized that the moment had come to decisively and politely indicate to the uninvited guests that they should leave the room to make room. Crying and wiping away tears, the knight, despite the fact that the Count was dragging him by his clothes towards the exit, did not consider himself an uninvited guest and continued to insist on his presence. Gradually, despite resistance and reluctance to leave, the guests began to leave, leaving the room increasingly empty and free of their noisy and inappropriate presence. Tired, the lady sighed, realizing that she had spent the entire day on her feet performing numerous duties and not having the opportunity to rest or relax. The lady sighed, tiredly, grabbed the bottle with her hand, and began pouring the red drink into the glass, hoping that a sip of wine would help her relax and restore her strength after a long day. Suddenly, Kiriel turned her attention to her fiancé, who remained in the room, and her gaze filled with a mixture of surprise and relief, as if his presence had suddenly become a source of comfort for her. Red from drink, he told the lady that everyone around her loved her very much, sincerely trying to express his feelings, despite his state of intoxication and slurred words. The lady nodded in agreement, then added that this attitude had not always been the case, and in the past she had encountered completely different moods and opinions from those around her. This surprised the sorcerer, who considered the lady exceptionally talented and believed that her abilities and personal qualities always evoked only admiration and recognition from others. In a distinguished family of knights, the first child decided to become a judge, choosing the path of justice and fairness to continue the traditions of his family. But in the field of laws and the judicial system, the second chose the path of a bishop, striving to serve spiritual goods and strengthen the faith, thus helping his community in spiritual development. The third decided to follow in his mother's footsteps and chose the path of the sword, striving to become an outstanding knight, take up arms, and physically protect the family. However, many envious and malicious glances were directed at the young Kiriel, like clouds obscuring her bright and innocent aura, sometimes depriving her of inner peace. The straw dummies that decorated the field were hung with brightly colored targets, which in contrast to their rough texture, attracted attention and created a spectacular spectacle. The scarecrow received a blow at the very moment when rumors began to spread that the Duke's youngest daughter had unexpectedly taken only third place, although everyone expected her to be first. The sad lady hung her head as those around her began to condemn her, and the bitter tears hiding under her long eyelashes involuntarily betrayed deep inner turmoil and intense pain. Idvin loudly declared that Kiriel still managed to achieve recognition, despite all the obstacles and unfriendly looks that she encountered on her difficult path. The aristocrat sincerely confessed that she had managed to get an excellent education, and it was especially important that there had always been a person nearby whom she invariably looked up to, and who inspired her with his example. The girl's hands were covered with scars and abrasions, which clearly indicated repeated training with swords, which she endured with incredible fortitude and tenacity. Idvin thought he should have found words to support his beloved, but his attempts to express understanding would have been too presumptuous and would not have achieved the desired effect. So, putting his head in his hands and sighing with relief, he admitted that thanks to Kiriel's presence, The evening had become truly wonderful and filled with joy and harmony, despite all the previous worries. Clenching her hand into a fist, the maiden apologized for the inappropriate behavior of her friends and acquaintances, who showed excessive curiosity about the sorcerer, thereby creating unpleasant situations and awkwardness. The mage was no stranger to such situations. It was much better than the constant requests to cast a curse that he usually received. Gradually, the man began to realize that he was beginning to get drunk. He remembered with sadness that his beloved hated drunkards and could never tolerate their presence. Barely able to stand on his feet and struggling to suppress his fatigue, Idvin asked his bride, in an uncertain voice, if the noblewoman knew what the powerful sorcerer was capable of and what spells he could use. The boy suggested that perhaps Kiriel was curious as to why the sorcerer was acting so strangely and cautiously around the other knights, thus arousing her interest and questions. Without thinking twice, Kiriel agreed that she was curious as to why the guy had agreed to the engagement, but she decided not to ask the question, keeping her curiosity to herself. With a smile on her lips, the girl noted that she was sure that Idvin himself would tell everything when the right moment came, and that all that was left was to be patient and wait until he decided to reveal all the details. The wizard, embarrassed and silent, looked at the lady, unable to take his eyes off her presence, and feeling awkward from his unpreparedness for what was happening. The knight decided not to torment the groom with unnecessary questions and said that they would discuss all the details on the weekend when they would have more time and peace. Outside, the windows towered the walls of a majestic mansion, surrounded by green trees, which, like a green barrier, created a feeling of privacy and peace in this quiet corner. Young Idvin sat at the table and asked his friend Gabriel how he could marry his mate, seeking advice and understanding on this important matter. Gabriel angrily called the little boy a stupid boor, who had again zoned out and shown inattention during the top leader's story. Holding the plant in his hands, the man explained that it was enough to just think about his beloved, and no words were necessary to express his feelings and emotions. The boy, raising his eyebrows in concern, asked a counter question whether his partner really had no choice in their mutual relationship and whether he was not really free to make his own decisions. Gabriel warned his friend not to reveal all his feelings and plans to his beloved at once, as this could cause discontent and lead to her deciding to leave or run away. Clenching his fists, the boy angrily called all the mages in the world real cowards and weaklings, expressing his deep disappointment and contempt. Smiling tensely, the man couldn't help but remind the little boor that he himself was also a sorcerer, which added irony and fueled the fire of their quarrel. Raising his head, Idvin turned to Kiriel, informing her that her subordinate had told him that the lady was particularly fond of everything charming and beautiful, which could be an excellent reason for choosing a gift or a gesture of attention. Wanting to please, he snapped his fingers, and in response to his magical gesture, sparrows appeared carrying rosemary sticks in their beaks, creating an atmosphere of magic and comfort. The lady's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw the sparrows carrying rosemary sticks, and she could not hide her admiration for such an unexpected and elegant gesture. Listening to her companion with attention and respect, the knight extended her hand forward, as if ready to follow his directions and willingly accept his advice, preparing for the next step in their journey together. Carefully grasping the lady's hand, Idvin tenderly placed the ring on her finger, his gesture full of care and respect, emphasizing the importance of this moment for both of them. Smiling, the man said that this was his official proposal to Kiriel, and every moment of this minute was filled with the significance and warmth of his feelings. After this, he said goodbye to his beloved, and filled with fatigue, fell on the table, plunging into the arms of Morpheus. A deep sleep became the inevitable end to this tense day. Awkwardly, but with obvious concern, Kiriel watched her fiancé, realizing that the strong drink had finally overcome the man, and he was now deep in sleep. Looking joyfully at the rosemary sticks, The girl was happy and pleased with the pleasant aroma emanating from the plant, which filled the space with coziness and tranquility. The aristocrat, having difficulty dragging the guy's body, threw him on the bed so that he could rest and recover after a busy day, giving him the opportunity to regain his strength in comfort. She also sat down on the sheets, breathing heavily, trying to regain her strength after a tense and tiring day, to the cawing of the crows. Idvin weighed as much as a grown man. The bird, seemingly intuitively sensing the gratitude expressed towards itself, shook its head, accepting the words of appreciation with particular nobility and satisfaction. After this, the familiar with tender care covered the owner with a warm blanket, carefully picking up the fabric with its beak and carefully spreading it out on the bed, creating an atmosphere of coziness and comfort. When asked whether he was a pet, the raven first indignantly denied it, and then added with obvious irritation that he would not allow such a disrespectful comparison towards himself. He also cast an angry glance at the suggestion that he might have been a close friend of the wizard, or just a servant clearly offended by such thoughts. Without wasting a moment, the bird spread its magnificent wings and quickly soared into the air, leaving behind a surprised and stunned Kiriel, who watched its flight with delight. After a while, the bird reappeared, and in its sharp claws sparkled a refined, exquisitely decorated pen, as if created for a person with impeccable taste. The bird gracefully landed on the table, carefully settling itself next to the paper, and with an expressive look, stared attentively at the lady, as if expecting her to say something. There, on the canvas, Kiriel read the amazing truth that the strange raven turned out to be the familiar of a powerful wizard who became the noblewoman's fiancé. Quietly, and with a slight trepidation, Kiriel stood at the door. Her gaze was directed to the horizon, awaiting the appearance of a companion who was to become the aristocrat's guide into a new unknown chapter of their shared destiny. The maiden herself could not get rid of the obsessive thoughts about the emperor's words, which did not leave her alone, constantly returning to her consciousness and leaving a deep mark on her soul. Then, in the distant past, the king summoned the knight to discuss an important and highly secret matter that required their joint attention and wise advice. With a smile, the overlord explained that depending on how Kiriel used magic, the future of the entire country could change dramatically, opening up a whole range of possible outcomes to them. Idvin, with a raven perched on his shoulder, listened to the congratulations on his engagement, trying to maintain his calm and dignity at this important moment. The lady was pleased that the man had finally finished dressing and tidying himself up, saving her from a long wait and allowing her to get down to business. Together they walked down the corridor, confidently, striding towards new events, their steps echoing off the walls as if heralding an important and significant undertaking. The sorcerer, showing a keen interest, began to question the lady about what was supposed to happen today, since she had not revealed the details of the upcoming events. The lady explained that they would first be married by a priest, and then the registrar would issue an official marriage license. In the capital, weddings usually took place quickly and without unnecessary delays. Idvin hastened to reassure his interlocutor, assuring her that he did not object to God's grace and was ready to do without passion, flowers, and complicated ceremonies. After this, the magician added that their majesties were always near them and that they did not worship either the storm or the fire or the sea, remaining true to their own traditions and beliefs. Kiriel came to the conclusion that this was why the wizard always wore his ring with a precious stone, which was probably a symbol of his loyalty and magical power. The man quickly changed the subject awkwardly, placing his hand on her neck and smiling, saying that his beloved's curiosity made him happy. Her interest in him gave special meaning to their relationship. The ring was embedded with a magnificent amethyst stone, which had the amazing ability to help in the management of mana and enhance the magical powers of the owner, giving him additional power. The sorcerer wore orange topaz for 10 years as a young man, with disheveled hair that emphasized his unusual and mysterious appearance. The sorceress, who had possessed the transparent crystal for 8 hours, resembled it herself, thanks to her white hair and eyes, which gave her an almost ethereal and mysterious charm. Kiriel quickly came to the conclusion that the owner's appearance perfectly matched the stone. His appearance and mannerisms reflected the unique properties and aura of the gemstone with which he was associated. Ben firmly and confidently rejected the comparison, stating that he was nothing like amethyst, and expressed his displeasure at the unfounded comparison. The maiden returned to the topic of the wedding, explaining that after the ceremony they would have a banquet, and then they could return to their chambers and rest from the excitement of the holiday, enjoying a well-deserved rest in solitude. The wizard froze in shock at the words, that after everything they would go home, not believing in the possibility of such a quick end to the holiday. He felt embarrassed at the prospect of being alone with Kiriel, and at that moment, a raven carrying a branch of rosemary began to peck at him viciously, as if sensing hidden tension and discontent. The sorcerer hastened to explain to his pet that his words had no hidden meanings, and that he had spoken sincerely and directly, without any intricate hints or secret meanings. The noble woman repeated her earlier words, noting that she did not believe in the sincerity of the powerful sorcerer's intentions, and doubted whether he really wanted this engagement. Therefore, she asked him not to force her to do anything without sincere consent and inner desire, so that the actions were directed from a pure heart and not under duress. With a smile, Kiriel stated that as a knight, she would be able to resolve all issues according to the laws of their country and deal with any difficulties that might arise. They approached the common room, where other aristocrats had already gathered, ready to take part in the upcoming event, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation and haughty discussion. The lady herself knew that she had to hide her true advantages by not trusting the magician and pretending that she was making significant efforts to maintain their relationship in order to create the illusion of her devotion and hard work. Idvin, however, understood that he could not reveal his true intentions, which were related to the desire to work with Kiriel and gain her love, so he had to hide his real feelings and motives. With a cheerful expression on his face, the man suggested that they should enter together, thus creating a sense of unity and cohesion, before entering the hall where others were already waiting for them. Holding hands, they walked in, causing a slight noise and attracting the attention of those present, as if their union was a special event that brought an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. When the groom asked what time it was, the lady sighed, realizing that she should have arrived earlier. She was already imagining how angry Uriel would be because of their lateness and the upcoming displeasure. And indeed, a beautiful lady in an exquisite blue dress stood nearby, holding herself with dignity and grace, her fan like a weapon against everything around her. The irritated Uriel could not help but notice the newlyweds' lateness. Her displeasure and indignation were obvious, and the woman could not hide her disappointment at their disrespect for the important event. Idvin and the bride took their seats at the table, immersing themselves in the atmosphere of a gala dinner where every element from the table setting to the conversations emphasized the significance of this special moment. Their hands clutched the book, tightly ready to begin reading, waiting for the moment when they could delve into the content and get down to business. It was Brother Kiriel, a priest, who was about to perform an important ceremony that would mark the beginning of a new stage in their spiritual life. The room was furnished with elegant tables, at which aristocrats were comfortably seated, talking among themselves and attentively following what was happening. The noble woman watched her husband closely, realizing that there was not a single one of his acquaintances among the guests present, which caused her anxiety and doubt. Noticing the bride's close attention, Idvin suggested that they hold hands to demonstrate closeness and understanding at this important moment. Behind them, the nobles whispered, discussing how the commander could not take her eyes off her husband. This caused them to make many puzzled comments and smirks that sought to reveal hidden secrets and motivations adding to the intrigue. The bishop asked to carefully examine all the amulets that were on him to ensure their meaning and correct placement. After this, he finally began the ceremony, trying to make it as short and concise as possible so as not to delay the guests and maintain the festive mood of the event. Uriel gave a displeased look, filled with hidden irritation and disappointment, which revealed her inner dissatisfaction with what was happening and emphasized her great disgust with the situation. Noticing the irritated look, the bishop hastened to reassure the lady, assuring her that all rules would be strictly observed to dispel her anxiety and ensure order. The groom could not help but notice how meticulous and thorough the priest was in preparing and conducting the ceremony, carefully monitoring every detail and nuance. The man expressed his best wishes with sincere good wishes, hoping that happiness would accompany the couple and that their hearts would never regret the choice they had made. The fathers and their beloved ones watched the fate of their daughter with trepidation, experiencing every moment of her important and solemn event. The lovers' hands were intertwined in a tender and symbolic gesture that represented their deep connection and mutual affection, creating an indescribable feeling of unity and closeness between them. The priest gave the newlyweds his blessing, filling their hearts with a special spiritual light and warmth that would accompany them throughout their life together. Uriel expressed her wishes, filling the words with sincere feelings and hope for a happy future for the newlyweds, leaving them with a feeling of warmth and support. The men burst into tears, their tears filled with deep concern and pride for their daughter's fate. They were worried about her future, but also felt proud of how the little girl was boldly entering a new chapter of her life. At this point, the ceremony came to an end, and the newlyweds had to chat with the guests, exchange congratulations, and thank everyone for their presence and support. Suddenly, a strange hand grabbed Kiriel's hand, breaking the moment of intimacy and drawing the attention of everyone around to the unexpected intervention. It was Celia, a sweet lady with a gentle look, hair braided into neat braids, and light eyes that radiated kindness and charm, attracting attention with her gentle and refined appearance. The girl, with a gentle and confident gesture, led her childhood friend, creating an atmosphere of trust and sincerity, into which both plunged with joy and warmth. They stopped in the corridor, remaining alone in silence without extra ears, and allowed themselves to enjoy the moment when only their voices broke the calm, creating a feeling of privacy and intimacy. With a feeling of longing and slight envy, she asked Kiriel where she could find such a magnificent, handsome man whose charm and grace could conquer hearts and eclipse any idea of perfection. Grabbing her friend's hands and unable to calm down, the lady, not hiding her excitement, tried to interrogate the knight, demanding explanations and details, admiring the fact that such an attractive man was also a magician. She wondered if his magic could be impressive enough to pull a rabbit out of a hat, adding a touch of magic. With a tired sigh, Kiriel explained that such a trick was simply a trick, not real magic, and that true magic consisted of much more complex and profound arts. The noble woman was absolutely delighted because for the first time in her life, she had managed to meet a sorcerer, and this meeting filled her heart with incredible excitement and trepidation. The swordswoman removed her hands and, with a slight sigh, explained that now was not the time for introductions. She promised to introduce them later, when the circumstances were more appropriate and convenient for it. Celia said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that they should catch up as soon as possible, fill in the gaps in their lives, and share the latest events and experiences. Kiriel would have been glad to talk to her childhood friend, but at the moment her help was needed by the sorcerer, who was constantly pestered by other nobles with endless questions and demands for clarification. One of the girls curiously asked the magician to take a rose out of his sleeve, hoping to see a manifestation of his magical skill and enjoy a small miracle. Kiriel intervened in the conversation, gently reminding the aristocrat of the need to maintain decorum and not be rude, while maintaining respect for her interlocutors. Noticing the presence of the commander, the lady approached her with curiosity and asked about current affairs, hoping to learn the latest news and events. Kiriel replied that everything was fine, although she had previously warned her friends not to come to the engagement, hinting at possible complications and undesirable consequences. To this, the subordinates responded with a smile that they simply could not miss such an important event, despite the warnings given, and decided to come to support her. Without much expectation, with a slight weariness in her voice, Kiriel asked if they really had brought gifts, realizing that it was difficult to get seriousness from her joking subordinates. And indeed, the friends brought a variety of things that they thought would please both the bride and her father, trying to please both and show their attention. The lady accepted the bottle with a slight smile, realizing that it was a gift for the Duke. Despite her inner doubts, she did not dare to refuse the polite gesture of her friends and accepted it with gratitude, maintaining politeness and respect for their attention. The subordinates rejoiced, watching how harmoniously and beautifully the couple in love looked, sincerely enjoying the moment and believing that their union would be strong and happy. Idvin gratefully accepted the flattering words, adding with a smile that the knights apparently took their example from their commander, and this explained their noble behavior. Kiriel couldn't help but notice the difference in her husband's behavior, who now seemed more confident and relaxed, which was clearly due to his new responsibilities and the support of those around him. And only Uriel, standing behind, looked dissatisfied. Her gloomy expression and detached gaze clearly revealed disappointment and dissatisfaction with what was happening, unlike the others who were immersed in a joyful atmosphere. The aristocrat, her mouth open in surprise, tried to figure out how she had managed to displease her sister, sincerely not understanding what had caused such discontent and tension in their relationship. Suddenly, the older woman grabbed the disobedient relative by the ear, who had made her wait, expressing her irritation in such a way that everyone around froze in anticipation of how events would develop. Idvin watched in surprise as his wife was reprimanded, not expecting to see such a public display of severity and tension in the family relationship. The Count decided to intervene, introducing himself to the sorcerer as Uriel's husband. Thus he distracted the magician from the current conversation and sought to take the initiative in order to direct the conversation in the right direction and strengthen his position. The wizard introduced himself in response, trying to make a good impression on his wife's relatives and show himself in the best light, hoping to establish friendly relations. The aristocrat, smiling happily, suggested that the magician step aside and talk in private, trying to resolve the misunderstanding that had arisen and discuss important issues without unnecessary witnesses. Taking a look at Kiriel, who was talking to another woman, the guy wondered if it was really possible to marry his bride to such an evil woman, and he felt doubt about the correctness of his choice. Sitting down at the table, the Count offered his interlocutor alcohol and asked if he tolerated the drink well, since it was especially strong, in order to ensure the comfort and health of the nobleman. Idvin hastened to reassure the man, assuring him that he tolerated drink as well as any other ordinary person, and that there was no reason to worry about the strength of the drink. The Count explained that everyone in the Kiriel family loved to drink, except for the Duke, and so the drinks they offered were of high quality, which emphasized their tradition and attention to detail. The red liquid flowed into the glass, shimmering and sparkling, with every movement creating an atmosphere of luxury and sophistication, as if heralding the beginning of an amazing and exciting evening, full of pleasant surprises and unforgettable impressions. Laughing, the man said he had known the Duke's family for 10 years, which allowed him to appreciate the subtleties and peculiarities of their traditions, including their preferences in drinks. Idvin, sitting at the table with another man, realized that the Count had previously discussed with Kiriel the issue of a marriage of convenience, which explained some of the nuances of their communication and attitude to what was happening. Therefore, after thinking the sorcerer told his interlocutor that he apparently knew a lot about his bride, hinting that information about her was available and important to him. Laughing, the aristocrat said that the sister of his lovely wife was also his sister, hinting at the close family ties and common roots that connected them. The aristocrat, her mouth open in surprise, tried to figure out how she had managed to displease her sister, sincerely not understanding what had caused such discontent and tension in their relationship. Suddenly, the older woman grabbed the disobedient relative by the ear, who had made her wait, expressing her irritation in such a way that everyone around froze in anticipation of how events would develop. Idvin watched in surprise as his wife was reprimanded, not expecting to see such a public display of severity and tension in the family relationship. The Count decided to intervene, introducing himself to the sorcerer as Uriel's husband. Thus he distracted the magician from the current conversation and sought to take the initiative in order to direct the conversation in the right direction and strengthen his position. The wizard introduced himself in response, trying to make a good impression on his wife's relatives and show himself in the best light, hoping to establish friendly relations. The aristocrat, smiling happily, suggested that the magician step aside and talk in private, trying to resolve the misunderstanding that had arisen and discuss important issues without unnecessary witnesses. Taking a look at Kiriel, who was talking to another woman, the guy wondered if it was really possible to marry his bride to such an evil woman, and he felt doubt about the correctness of his choice. Sitting down at the table, the Count offered his interlocutor alcohol and asked if he tolerated the drink well, since it was especially strong, in order to ensure the comfort and health of the nobleman. Idvin hastened to reassure the man, assuring him that he tolerated drink as well as any other ordinary person, and that there was no reason to worry about the strength of the drink. The Count explained that everyone in the Kiriel family loved to drink, except for the Duke, and so the drinks they offered were of high quality, which emphasized their tradition and attention to detail. The red liquid flowed into the glass, shimmering and sparkling, with every movement, creating an atmosphere of luxury and sophistication, as if heralding the beginning of an amazing and exciting evening, full of pleasant surprises and unforgettable impressions. Laughing, the man said he had known the Duke's family for 10 years, which allowed him to appreciate the subtleties and peculiarities of their traditions, including their preferences in drinks.